wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. All right, traders, welcome to it. We are back in it in the hot seat as the markets start to rebound with CPI. We are getting a move right now as we speak. Fast markets, as they say. We'll take a look into the competition. We'll talk about some playbook action, the sunrise report, what's going on in the SPY right now. We see it moving from all the way from 737 back down to 733. We're going to be all in the action, and that's not to forget the SpaceX IPO. It's one of the greatest weeks of the stock market right now. I mean, where can you be at, right? You're feeling alive. The market's moving. We did get a down move yesterday, but that doesn't mean that we can't get the rip right back. So who's ready for this market? Who's ready to get after it? Let's talk about the CPI print that came in as consumer prices rose to 4.2 annually in May, the highest in 3 years. So things that we need to be thinking about, where we'll be looking into the report, digging deep. This is where you want to be, right? You guys know Money Mitch will dig deep for you guys, learn all about why this is happening, right? So what you need to be looking in, right, deep inside the report, well, you need to see what's going on with the services, and it's all about the energy prices, right? We all know that that's what's causing this spike, but this can all go away. Trump just needs to figure it out, right? Make a deal. Make a deal. You guys are seeing the action right now. We could draw a trend line. We're going to go to the hourly to kind of draw this a little bit cleaner, right? So this is what I think you focus on, at least right now, for those intraday traders and you swing traders overall. You can see this trend line is as clear as day, right? So we just got what's called kind of like a little bit of a bull trap on there. Well, you try to get above it, but the body hasn't closed above that. So within this hour, right, from 8 to 9, at 9 a.m., we want to see that this body is above 735. This is going to give us our clear signal that we're looking for rebound to the upside. It's always about levels, and this is the level to watch today, right? If we start to hold that 735, that gives us the ability to start taking risk off of this like 732 area and 730 area, let alone yesterday's low, which was all the way down there towards 723s, right? So if you were buying that dip yesterday, you should be seeing this rebound, and this action would be more of that confirmation to stay in those types of trades. Of course, yesterday was a rocket ride. Plenty of over 100% movers. We're going to keep watching those in the competition. We're going to keep looking for big trades. I see a trade right now taking a lift here. Let's talk a little bit about this one. ILMN, Alumina, is getting a little bit of a lift, but we're seeing plenty of stocks getting the lift here with this push. Of course, you're seeing stocks like NVDA start to rebound, stocks like Micron, right? We'll get to the playbook coming up right now, but there you guys are seeing the names that were hit hard yesterday starting to get that rebound. Will it be an AI day, or will we continue to see what we've been seeing, a little bit of a rotation on in names like the financials, right? In healthcare like XLV. We're talking all about that action right here. Where else do you get this type of breakdown, right? I can tell you right now, there's not many places where you get the sectors, you get the industries, you get the top movers, and to do even better, we also, of course, have Boop, Michael Noss, of course, coming in with the AI bot environment, right? So we really leave nothing untouched here at Trade the Pool. There's a trader that is your style. Just find them, right? It might be myself. It might be Michael Noss. It might be Jane, right? It might be AK-47 Josh out there. And of course, I know Jesse's out there trading some good tech names. What you looking at in the chat out there? In chat, you alive out there? You guys ready to have a good day? It's good to see you guys out there. Of course, don't forget, we got the FIFA World Cup predictions. Who wants to win the action there? Who's going to score a goal? Who is going to score the predictions? Let me know, guys, because this is going to be something I'm going to partake. You guys know almost every single match I'll be predicting. I mean, maybe I might leave 1 or 2 matches, but I'll tell you one thing. I'll be predicting out there and getting after those prizes. The question is, will you guys, of course? Let's go to the playbook. Let's start kicking off the day. Of course, CPI action, moving the market, so we'll keep an eye on there. We'll talk about everything. Let's get to it. And not to mention... All right, Playbook kicks off with a play into the World Cup as the World Cup launches trade. I've been talking about this live on the stream here about DraftKings, and you guys heard it mentioned just there on Monday. Yesterday, takeoff trade. Guys, I talked about this. Look at the takeoff on DraftKings, and guess who's having a good morning? Well, you guys know it. It's DraftKings, and how did I find this trade? It's a trade that I give you guys all the time. It's called the leaders to laggards trade, right? Essentially, I didn't need to know about this trade. I just needed to react to the trade. So the first action was on Flutter, right? That what happened on Monday. You can see it here. That was his first pop. That's what put it on the radar for me. As soon as that pop came in, I said, well, why is Flutter moving here? Well, clearly, it's what? The World Cup trade. And there's betting going on right now for the NBA Finals. You have the NHL, the Stanley Cup. You have everything coming in at once. It starts to create this euphoria, and it's in the right sector. It's in the consumer cyclical sector where we're starting to see rotation move to. So good eyes here told me look for DraftKings, and then I gave you guys some added bonus. I said, why not just look at DraftKings? You could also look at the picks and shovel plays like RSI here, right? You can see how that's already propping up this morning. And now you're going to start to see different kind of gambling plays start to get that lift, right? And then we could take a look at a different one. Like maybe we're going to the actual data behind the gambling. So then you're looking at what, like an SRAD, right? Or maybe a Genie. And look at those stocks. Look how they're making the move with this. This is the type of action that I try to give you guys and try to teach you guys, not exactly, hey, this is the perfect trade, but how to fish so that you can go and get those fish every single morning. All right, guys, let's keep going. Let's go to the next trade idea here. Let's kick it off with long APH. This is going to be an interesting one. Let's talk a little bit about it. A physical AI bottleneck already getting the lift here in the morning. While the broader technology fell yesterday, we look at what here? We talk about it all the time. Relative strength. The internal tech still stayed favoring certain areas. Favoring what? The critical physical enablers for the data center build out. So here, and honestly, I'm not even going to try to say that name. I think it's Fentanyl. Oh, good Lord. It surged 6.57%, but it's clear lead, right? It's an area that I'm going to talk about because there's other connectors that are getting the lift, right? We saw advanced packaging, AMKR, get a lift. We saw thermal cooling like CARR and TT sit directly at the physical wafer to packaging bottleneck flagged by NVDA. So this is where you need to be looking at. There's still the physical plays. You just might need to be looking at more of a durable pricing power type of play. Let's go to another AI play. Let's keep it going. You guys know, let's keep it going. GWW. Here, let's go to the next one as we talk some more AI plays and look at the continued lift in this one. This is a low volume AI industrial derivative. Yes, you heard it. It's industrial with AI. So we're talking industrial distribution. Industrial distribution gained 2.35% as a powerful non-semiconductor way to play the data center capex boom. So the bellwether Granger is, of course, steadily accumulating and holding firmly above the 9 EMA. If the digital data center infrastructure thesis is real, these companies win by distributing the physical tools, the MRO supplies, the electrical gear required for the build-out, offering a much safer and lower volatility express than, let's say, a volatile chip maker. Right. The theme today, of course, the tape is split wide open. Chip stocks were bleeding heavily while the median stock rose, right? Driving, of course, the massive institution rotation into other places like healthcare, right? Like staples, right? We saw all that action yesterday. We'll continue to see what happens in these type of areas. But of course, this was an orderly rotation out of tech and energy, not a broad market top. However, the market does face massive micro binary this morning with the CPI. That's what we were facing. And what do we got? We still got a hot print, right? Pretty much coming in. I mean, 4.2 was the expectations for it to come in. And what did we get? I mean, we got 4.2, right? So kind of came in line with the expectation. Now the question begins, right? Was it good news, bad news? What will we see coming out of it? And of course, usually we get a first reactionary move, and then we start to see the moves kind of hold. That's why I gave you guys the hourly chart levels. When you start to see these types of events like CPI or let's say FOMC, I want you guys to understand that deeper time frames are going to help you. They're not going to hurt you. The short-term time frames, I think, actually hurt traders in these moments unless you're trying to scalp the trade. Then it makes complete sense. But if you're trying to go ahead and determine the trend, the bigger time frame is going to go ahead and help you do that. All right, let's continue going. Let's over to the Sunrise Report where we talk more about what stocks are moving and why. Let's get to it and kick off the Sunrise Report. Two stories this market has been trading all month just collided in one single morning. Overnight, the US and Iran traded directly on military strikes for the first time in the phase of the conflict. At 8:30, the May CPI landing here, and consensus calling for the hottest headline inflation print since April 2023. The last word the data gets in before Kevin Walsh's chair for the first time. Its meeting is coming in 6 days. The futures are lower, of course, with the growth leading on the retreat. Crude is climbing again, and the AI complex enters the day unable to string two stable sessions together. Today isn't a kind of a verdict. It's going to be taking a look to see what happens here on the war premium, on the hike trade, and after the bell, what happens with Oracle. Because we all know how Oracle can be that kind of determining for software here, right? Does AI get the CapEx kind of hit there in software? Do they start to kind of look at software again in the negative eyes? We will find out tonight with Oracle's report. So, and where can you guys catch that? You guys know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool. Don't miss it. We get earnings streams up. We get it all here. You know where you're at. Smash that like. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's take a look around out there. Let's go to some different conversation here. Let's look at the overnight drivers. Of course, the ceasefire, stop pretending. What held for weeks in truce only broke on direct exchange overnight. Iranian drone downed a U.S. Apache helicopter, of course. So we'll see what happens. We responded with retaliatory strikes, and then now, of course, we're getting strikes of our own, right? And so now it's been back and forth action, and this looks like it's going to start to kick off again. We will see what happens today and what we get that expands from this. But the dilution party reached the server rack as the funding bill thread that began with the hyperscalers 2 weeks ago now has worked its way down the AI stack as one of the most prominent AI hardware names announced a multi-billion-dollar equity link raise to fund an order backlog that it can't do, right? The pattern is unmistakable. Every layer of this build out is something to kind of keep an eye out. We will see what happens here as we've been seeing further and further action. Some companies raising money, SMCI, of course, kind of getting in there, raising some cash there, taking some big hits. This could be coming down. Of course, you guys know I've been talking about this name, that I don't want to be in front of it with a 10-foot pole, but that's how it goes, right? It announces $7 billion equity and equity-linked financing to fund $39 billion of order backlog. The stock sold off on the dilution despite the backlog being a bull case. It's the cleanest single name expression in the thread that demand isn't the only question here. Who funds it also is important, and the market is repricing every layer of the AI stack that answers shareholders here. Let's take a look at another name, major name here, CoreWeave. As we switch over now, that's CRWV. It's extending its slide here. Let's go over to it. Sorry about that. Didn't replace the ticker there. That's what happens when you try to do it without looking. This isn't basketball, Mitch. We'll see what happens here with CoreWeave. It's extending its slide as the pressure continues on its report that three co-founders and major backer Magnetar Financials have unloaded billions in shares since the post-IPO lockup expired out. So insider supply meeting a de-risking tape is a brutal combination for a high multiple AI infrastructure name. This is a cautionary read-through, of course, of a record IPO arriving in on Friday. So I think this is one name that you kind of watch for pullback opportunities, right? Because yeah, you could get some unload, right? It seems like it's starting to break down. It could go further. And so in this case, I'd be looking for the deeper time frame pullbacks. We're no longer looking for the 9. I'm looking for the 50s. Right? Because when you get those deeper time frame pullbacks and the 50 has a tendency of washing out a lot of traders and then you see a comeback, I'm going to be looking for those types of moves on these names. Let's go to some space stocks. Of course, they're under mild pressure right now, as of course we're going closer and closer to SpaceX IPO. And don't miss our SpaceX IPO stream on Friday. Who's going to be there? Who's trading SpaceX? Who's going to give a little bit of some prediction out there of the pricing? There's going to be a lot going on, guys. Don't miss it. SpaceX IPO has topped 250 billion. Some things that we definitely need to watch. Let's take a look at some of these tickers like ASTS pulling back, LUNR, of course, Lunar, and then Rocket Labs, RKLB. Right now, we need to keep a watch to see what happens to these names, but roughly 4 of the names are oversubscribed right now towards the IPO. And alongside the company, of course, stated to aim to test space-based AI data centers by late of 2027. The flagship gravitational pull cuts both ways here. Validation for the sector, but a massive supply event is pulling capital from the existing names. So a lot of people thought these names would rip into the IPO. I thought they would, yes, but that was back here. Now you're getting closer and closer to the date. So a lot of times there's this classic trade. It's called what? It's the buy the rumor, sell the news trade. And now we're clearly hitting that into, of course, SpaceX IPO. So be careful out there, guys, because I think you'll continue to see what? Money rotation here. Money's going to be going from high-flying AI names to the IPOs so that they can go ahead and just transition some of that money and go try to ride the SpaceX IPO. Of course, with all that space data center conversation, it could be getting a lift right out the gates. Who knows where the IPO goes? But I'll tell you one thing, money will be rotating to it. We'll see what happens there. And of course, names like this that have gone an insane amount. This was up to 150, right? On a run that came from pretty much the ground, right? I mean, when you think about it, Rocket Labs was all the way back at like $6 when this run first started. Now it makes sense to give you a little bit of some pullback, a little bit of that consolidation, right? If it goes from 150 to 75, who's to say that's a wrong thing, right? And that just gives it a 50% retracement. Right. So we'll see what happens. And that's just how the market goes. A lot of times you'll get these 50% retracements pretty quickly, and then you can see the stock rise right back. So we'll keep an eye to see what happens on Rocket Lab and others. All right, catching up with some conversation in the chat. What's going on out there, guys? Big me, how we doing out there? Let's go, let's go. I guess CPI data release, it does it look good. Tech stocks will be down. Let's talk a little bit more about the CPI report. Let's actually pull up a little bit more. I like to do this, and I normally can get it done in the background, but since I'm on by myself right now, I will actually just pull it up, right? I love to do this, guys. If you guys haven't done this before, this is how you do it, right? So I will show you guys here a little bit of some live tooling. Of course, we don't have a website browser, so you're going to have to go to this site here. This is the linkage, right, to the CPI report. So if you guys haven't done this before, I'll give you guys the rundown, right? So we take that, we go to here, and there's 2 ways of looking at the report, right? There's either into the news report or into the charts. I usually just go into the news release, and the first thing I want to read is at the top, right? It's going to always give you guys just a quick outlook there. But the big thing to look at is what stands out here on the unadjusted, right? The unadjusted is going to tell you here what is really causing the inflation, right? And that quickly turns towards what? All the energy area, right? Gasoline, fuel, oil, all that coming into play. So essentially energy services are causing the majority of this spike. It's not pretty much anywhere else. Yes, we saw a little bit of some rising action in food, right? There was a little bit of a rise in food. Shelter is the stickiest area, and it's actually at 0.3, where it's pretty much been this whole time. You see like a little bit of a move to 0.6, a little bit of a move to 0.2, but pretty much sticks into that 0.3 area. So this tells me more and more. It's not necessarily anywhere else, but on energy, right? The index for food did rose 2.7%, but that's nothing that's really scary. Now, you did see like fruits and vegetables rise, but I think that's more kind of seasonal, right? You see it normally rise during this time because, of course, people are eating more fruits. They're trying to make the money on it, right? So that's just how it goes sometimes. But energy is really the increase. The energy index increased 3.9%, rising 3.8%, right? And so if you do look at this, though, I think this is very important. All items less food and energy, the index of all items just rose only 0.2%. This is the real tell sign here that is important, right? So we'll get this up on a banner so you guys can read this a little bit better. I'll slide this over to my producer to get this over to him. But I think really when the key telling sign of the report is this: if you exclude that food and energy inflation, we only rose 0.2%. So that tells me that this isn't really a scare. That's why I think you're seeing that up reaction right now in the SPY. Let's go back to the SPY. Let's take a look right now. Let's take a look here how we're reacting. What did we go? We went right around that 735 area, the levels that I've been giving you on the hourly, right? I drew the chart here clear as day here so that you guys can watch to see what happens with this chart. If we start to clear back above 735, that's going to be that nice all clear go signal, right? So that's going to be watching out the gates. A breakdown below the 730s can be that conflicting now starts to wash look, right? So a lot of times I'll be looking for this action and we can draw it out here. I'm going to draw it out here because this is essentially the action, right? You got this bounce back, you got this first move up, you get this little bounce, right? Another move up, bounce, pull back, right? So a lot of times I draw these out here. So I'm going to draw them out here for you guys to understand how I see this trade developing, right? So then from there, we're now getting this little pullback here where we're getting a nice little balancing act. And then at this point, we want to start seeing it start to clear back right into here, right? So we can go up to here and then we can start to clear back, right? So this is going to be the important tell sign right now as we start to play back into this, right? And so what I usually do is I'm looking for the down action and the extremes, right? When you get those extremes, those can actually help you, right? So essentially, this is not even a negating downside action break because of this low here. So at this point, as long as we can stay above this boxed area, we're still looking really good for upside action, right? So anywhere in that area is going to be kind of where traders are taking their risk on like swings. And we want to see it clear back into the 735 range, which would clear us into the hourly range higher, right? So let's see if we can get this type of move where we start to drive into the 735s and 740 out the gates. All right, guys, let's keep it going. It's been a great day here, and let me know how you guys are doing in, of course, the trading competition. We'll talk all about it. We'll take a look in the leaderboard coming up here. As soon as Michael Noss gets on, we can kind of dive into that. It's a great day, of course, here at Trade the Pool. Let's talk a little bit more about the action. Anywhere else to take a look at today, of course, there's more. Let's go to Eli Lilly here as we got more stocks on the move. The bid here, the FDA approving a new maintenance dosing regimen for, and I'm not going to read this name, but it's an atropic diametris treatment. It's an incremental but clean franchise win. A reminder that the catalyst still gets rewarded outside of the AI blast radius. This is not really getting that much of a reward, though. The news is out there, but hey, that's just how it goes. We'll see what happens out there, guys. Let's keep pushing. And of course, we'll keep pushing for some more out there in the competition, of course. How are you guys doing in the competition? Let me know. Let's take a look at the disaster stock of the day. SMMT down a pretty good amount there, down 6%, falling after launching another equity offering. And this is just how it goes right now. We're starting to see names in AI space thinking, hey, let's get to the money before the money starts kind of leaving here, right? Of course, we'll see what happens out there. It's all about the inflation, but we just gave you guys that outlook of why it's important to take a look at outside of energy, outside of food, where that inflation is. Of course, today, the earnings will be the big highlight there. Also, Oracle on the radar, big AI name tonight. So catch us on, of course, the earnings stream to see what happens to this name. you could see a rebound on this name today. I sometimes see when there's like a weak name right before the earnings, it has a tendency of going higher. People have a tendency of betting to the upside on earnings. Just from what I've seen in the past, and I don't have no statistical data on that, but it's just something I've seen. And I could see this name kind of getting the lift, right? What you want to see is that it attempts to wash right here before the gates and then look for the rise, right? So either it washes right out the gates or just creates a quick lift off. So look for momentum. Of course, this would be kind of a momentum trade trading into the earnings, right? So we'll see what happens on that trade. What's going on out there? Shaw, how you doing? It's good to see you guys out there. Yes, CPI is out. Just continue to watch out there. I'm seeing some more names out there. Let me know what stocks you guys are trading as of late. I'm catching you guys in the chat. What's going on? I'm at 104 in the competition. I only took one trade. That one trade. Yes, it's all good. No worries about it. We'll definitely take a look at that. All chips on the table. Ooh, get them out there, Nigel. Nigel, put those chips out on that table. It's all good. That's what we need to be getting after out there. I'm betting everything on Oracle. It's all on Oracle. I can't blame you for that. All right, guys, we'll get to the competition. We'll take a look at the leaderboard. We'll be taking a look to see what's going on. Of course, lots going on out there in the market. I'm pulling up the leaderboard in just a second here, just getting the link ready here for us. And boom, there we go. Let's take a look into the leaderboard. As we take a look here, the top place here in Trade the Pool is up 288%. Yes, you heard that right. Taking the lead and continuing in the lead. And then Brian Law coming in here and Anthony Heaton. Shout out to you guys. You guys are coming back also. And I see a bunch of INEHDs, right? And then yesterday's big mover also, Augustine Lee with a big liftoff into fourth place with PAVS. My man, Augustine Lee with a great trade there. And I'm loving the risk to rewards on that, right? To me, like that's more consistency, right? Especially in a trade like this, kind of a competition trade, right? But then you also see like this, right? The accuracy rate of Brian Law here, it's 62%. So it always tells me what we need to be thinking about, right? In trading, right? Thinking about both sides of the risk and reward with the success percentage. Right? Because if you notice yourself can be 40% accurate with a 4.0 or 4 point above risk to reward, that's really going to what? That's really going to push your P&L higher, right? But the key is if you can get your percentage higher, then you can bring down that risk to reward, right? Then it makes sense to bring down that risk to reward because you're increasing the accuracy level, right? What does this usually matter on? It matters more on your personality, right? Because as your personality, you might be a person that, hey, can't take many losses. It hurts you emotionally to see losses. That's okay. That's okay. You know, one of the things is I played a lot of baseball, and in baseball, you hit the ball 3 times out of 10, and guess what? You're an all-star. So if you hit it even just 2 times, you're an average. You hit it once out of 10 times, only 10% of the time, and guess what? You're still below average, but you're like the normal player, right? So it's kind of like a losing sport is what I call it. And that's what helped me get into trading. So it's more about what matches your personality, right? We'll see who continues to take the lead. There's other ones altogether, but if we look at the altogether, I think this is the important thing to kind of look at. Now we're starting to see some fibers guys up. So we need to step it up here, guys. This is something that I will not accept. There's one thing that I will accept is that I don't take the victory, but I will not accept that Trade the Pool doesn't take the victory. So Trade the Pool out there, guys. We need to step it up. So I know that there's guys out there that can make this type of gains. We need to start making our move. They made a crazy move yesterday, of course, with the down market move. Let's see if we can make a comeback. With that comeback news, let's bring on Michael Nas. Let's take a look into the market. What's going on, man? How you doing? It's good to be on with you. What's up, man?
Yeah,
we can't allow this, right? Like,
no. And all we need is the market to chill out, right? Because these guys, you got to remember, they're trading Forex.
Look how they just took off yesterday, right? They just took off yesterday, right? That's all it was.
Give
right?
us like 2-3 boring days in the market, and we got them, because the beauty of stocks is there's always something moving. So when the market doesn't do anything, you can find some crazy kind of low float du jour kind of thing. But yeah, we're actually going to get into, and we're going to get started. I'm going to do a little SpaceX kind of coverage here just to get us prepped. And again, I mentioned this a couple times. I am waiting for my allocation. I guess they're doing, because I asked, I'm like, so I got a pretty big account with you guys. I pulled one of those. I'm like, listen, I got a lot of money over there. Can you, and they're like, no, what we're doing is randomly, everyone who has asked for an allocation, they're doing random. So I asked for 1,000 shares. Who knows what I'll get, but I got a little presentation here just to go over this. We're doing a stream on Friday. I'm going to hop in for a little bit. Obviously, we know it IPOs Friday, but we don't know when it actually goes live, right? That's a lot of like back end, they got to make a market and all that kind of stuff. And just so you don't really, if people don't know the flows behind IPOs, we're going to get in a lot of stats of it. But basically, what happens is they say, okay, we're going to go public. They meet a bank, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, all these guys is a lot of what they do. And they say, we want to go IPO. We want you to list us on the market. Now go. And those guys go to their best friends and best clients and all that kind of stuff. And they say, hey, do you want some of the SpaceX IPO? And then they get it for a certain price. Generally, there's like a range that takes place, and it's like a bid. It's like an auction. In this case, it's not, because he's just kind of pulled some special levers that only the richest people in the world get to pull. And we know the price. It's going to be $135 per share, and that's going to be a $1.75 trillion, and they're going to raise $75 billion. So only 3% of the float goes live. So that's not a huge amount. So again, find anyone who says, oh, 1.75 trillion is going to hit the market, unfollow them immediately. They don't understand what's going on. But it's important to note this $135 price, because this isn't the price retail is going to get to pay. This is the price with people with allocation. I've just talked about the process, right? I'm not in the special club where somebody came to me. I went to my broker and I said, hey, and there's like, okay, we'll put you in the pool. And then on Friday morning, you'll know if you get any and how much you get. I said, give me as much as you want, up to a whole bunch of money. And that's the kind of process of it. So whenever it goes live, the reason apparently that you're supposed to give these initial prices for cheap is it gives somebody to be the other side of that liquidity, right? You need both. The insiders are not allowed to sell right away. And like we mentioned, it won't go live in any exchanges until 10 days, I think 10 business days, trading days for most, and 15 trading days for the rest of them. So you need to kind of create this hype, because there needs to be a market traded. There's probably 5 other IPOs that are going to go live this week that no one cares about, and those are going to be incredibly liquid, and they're not going to get the kind of juice behind them. So this is like a marketing thing more than anything else, and it allows people to kind of clamor to get the $135 a share. Because let's say, I don't know, you buy $100,000 worth at $135, all of a sudden it opens up at $200 a share. Well, you just made an insane profit right off the bat, and you can be part of that selling when people are buying, to kind of create this kind of open market. So here is just some stats behind this, and on average what happens in IPOs, right? So the average first day pop, if you go from 1980 to 2024, it's 18%. That's the first day pop from the allocation price. So if this is exactly like most things, you should get about 20% higher than $135 a share. That's like what, 160-ish would be the average kind of buyout, or the average opening price. And that's the first day kind of pop as well, right? So your price, though, however, the average retail buys after the pop is already in the print. So every statistic in this deck is measured from the first day's close that you can actually get. So it's a different beast, There's what they get, and then there's what you get. And this is what I'm trying to highlight here. So they is hopefully, I'm part of they, on average get around 20%. In 2025, it was 30%, right? You Circle and Figma and all these things, they opened well to the people who got the allocation, and then some of them just kind of dumped right away. So it's important to differentiate. And based off of what the news outlet wants to frame, they'll either frame it as a great success or a complete failure. So say it opens at 160 and it closes at 150. Well, some people will say, oh, it was a giant rug pull and everything's bad and everything's awful. But if you were the guy who got the allocation, you got it 135 and you sold at 150. If you were someone who bought off the open at 160, then yeah, you lost money. So again, important to differentiate two different prices there. Now, how mega IPOs are treated, how mega IPOs treated day one buyers. So Facebook dropped 50% in 4 months, and this is kind of like the biggest thing I could see that was close to it. So 50% gone in 4 months. So just don't FOMO. Alibaba went below the offering price. Uber 40% drop by 6 months. Rivian 70% drop within a year. Quite often, a lot of these things don't work out too well, right? So you have these kind of moments in which some of them, yeah, some of them rip, some of them not so much. So, like anything, have a game plan. Right? Have a
game plan.
So,
the man with the plan.
So this is 1 year versus the stocks in the 1 year gap between the IPO stocks and the stock that's in the sector as well, right? So the green bar is just in the same area as whatever IPO'd, and you can see the thing that has already existed before has outperformed in pretty much every case, depending on the size, but in pretty much every case. So in this case, you'd be better buying an ASTS or a Rocket Lab or I don't know, Space, if they're bankrupt. But one of these existing ones generally outperform whatever the IPO is. Makes sense. There's more risk in the IPO. People don't really know earnings and earnings growth, and you get whatever's in the S1 and you don't get anything for a long period of time. So just note that sector, Mitch talks about this all the time. If SpaceX is a success, there's no way that Rocket Lab and ASTS and all of these are failures, and vice versa. And generally speaking, right, it's going to be a better success in some of these other names. 24% to close below the offering price on day one. So 1 in 4 chance we are below 135 on day one. 56% below the offering price on the 3-year mark. Negative from the first day at the close, 3 years, 60% of the time. So on day one, there's a 1 in 4 chance we're down. So you can see I'm just trying to yes, this is a big hype moment. Just don't be the exit liquidity. Just don't do that. Have a plan. This could buck all the trends. It means 75% of the time you're above the price. So it's a good chance that these things move higher, but 25% of the time you have a little bit of a bad time, right? So generally how this happens is day one, you have the open, you've got the craziness that happens there. A lot of day trading can occur. You can do that at Trade the Pool, long and short, which is really cool. About 25 days later, the quiet period ends. So the analysts can start doing coverage, most always with buy ratings. This is, after that first month, that's why generally you get this kind of dip and then maybe a pop back through where analysts can start to cover the stock and things like that. 2 to 6 months, there's not much because you're waiting for earnings to happen. And then in day 180, you've got the lockup. So that's a big thing to push there as well. So big profitable is the only edge. So 29% of average move on stocks that are small and unprofitable, 6% on big and unprofitable. Big and profitable are the only edge. And we know SpaceX is not, it is big, but it is not yet profitable. So be careful there, right? So yeah, never buy a broken IPO. We get this kind of push down after the fact. I'm almost done here, I promise. I'll kind of skip through some of these, but most of the time you've got a huge valuation, so it fails on a lot of metrics. So just don't. This is kind of the final one. The IPO pop belongs to the allocants, who I've been hammering the table about how I want an allocation, and I'm probably going to sell it right off the open. Right, 60% of the time, this thing is negative in the first 3 years. So trade it, don't marry it. Don't hype it up. I don't care if you really love Elon. I don't care if you really hate Elon. This is no different from any other trade. you need to get some sort of price action and you need to have stop losses, things like that. Now, I will say I did cover before the ways to trade IPOs, and we'll talk a little bit about that as it launches. But, dips back through the IPO price is an interesting way to trade it. Dips back through some sort of anchored VWAP. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but those are a lot of stats behind it. The main ones, just to kind of pull away from this, is that there are two different worlds when it comes to IPO. It's the people who get the allocation, and it's everyone else. And the people who get the allocation usually are selling pretty quick because they usually make a pretty decent amount of money. I talked about how I worked for a hedge fund, and that was their entire game, was to get access to IPO allocations. His whole, like, what's your edge in trading? He's like, I know everybody. So he got a lot of allocations, and on average, he was making that 18% or so every time he could, selling right on the open. He would use a market on order open. The fund spent like 90% of its time in cash. So rules for thee, not for thee. What was the George Carlin quote? It's a big club and we're not in it. So just be careful out there. Doesn't mean to short it right off the open. This thing could double in the first day. Who knows? But just treat it like any other trade that exists out there.
All right,
get
we'll
back
take a
in.
look into IPO, of course, SpaceX, to see what happens there, and it'll be a fun time. And the fun part is you get to trade it, right? So, hey, just be ready to lock and load, as they say.
The one thing that I don't need any stats for is that this thing is going to be volatile as hell. Like, you don't need to be
Yeah,
a
man,
genius
it's
to
gonna
know
be
that will
moving.
happen. So
And wide too. It'll
enjoy yourself.
the liquidity won't be like a penny. That's
Yeah,
another thing too. Get ready
exactly.
for some wide action there. And there's a reason
Yeah.
why, right? I mean, it's the volatility will increase as is the wide action. Another thing that you might be thinking about ahead of time, right? How am I going to deal with that volatility? The plan needs to be about that, right? You need to
Mhm.
have some type of plan for that volatility. How am I going to deal with it, right? Am I going to sell the first rip, right? If I get like X and X amount, should I just sell the position and maybe look to reposition? Because you might get a lot of this first trade where it's just a ping pong ball, right? It's
Yeah.
ripping up and you're like, "Oh man, look at that unrealized. I'm deep green. Oh, I'm red. Oh, I'm green. Oh, I'm red." So, figure out what's your plan, right? And make sure
Yeah,
you're
and
the
you don't
man with
have
the plan without not the man that's just trying to subjectively trade the IPO. That's the one that usually ends up getting wrecked.
right, because you don't have price action. So I think that's what makes it so hard for a
Yeah.
lot of people out there, is that you can't just like, hey, I'm going to risk yesterday's low or a 20-day low or whatever an ATR is, or like all of these metrics we generally use to size ourselves
Hmm.
just don't exist as well, right?
Yeah.
Um,
They really
Mike, is
don't.
there any trade restrictions? No, there's not for people who get the allocation and not for retail traders. Now, often it is very hard to short, not here, but often it's very hard to short because who has shares to lend you? So that's the only trade restriction you can see is IPOs generally in that first couple month period are really hard to get because no brokers build up a stockpile of shares so that they can lend out to people. Who's going to have those shares to lend? So
Yeah.
trade the pool, you'll be able to short it. At your broker, it's going to be a hard time. So that
Yep.
makes it interesting too, and it means if it's a disaster, unfortunately, unless you're hanging out with us, you probably don't have a way to profit off it. Because if it is going to be an absolute crap show, it'd be great to make some money off that.
And then there's let's say strategies off of that, right? Too understanding of that, right?
Mhm.
And that's what I would say, right? There could be a strategy that you have on that's, hey, I'm maybe long intended, but if I do see the washout, I'm okay to flip through this leveling and go reverse because it could just be
Mhm.
a first day washout. And I see those happen often on IPOs, right? Where it's first day washout because it opens up higher than what was the expected price, right? It opens at a crazy premium. You get an immediate washout on the first day. And then in the after hours, you get a crazy recovery, right? And then by the time you
Well,
come
yeah,
the next day, it's already gapped up back closer towards that premium opening price, right?
And
So
who wouldn't, right? If I get my 135 allocation on any amount of shares, now that I know it's like a random drawing, I doubt I'll get anything. If definitely not the
yeah, but let's say
six
you
figures
got
I
it,
wanted.
right? You look
But
down,
let's say I got it.
you have the shares, right?
Yeah, if that thing opens up at 200 and I'm in at 135,
You
you better
don't think
believe
twice.
if
You hit the out
just
button.
yeah,
It's what we
maybe
call
you hold a
immediate
couple,
gifts,
but
right? It's
yeah, you
called
just go great.
immediate gifts. And I think, and maybe we go full screen for this. This is an easy clippable moment, really, to tell you the truth, guys, because the truth is
Hmm.
in the financial space, in the stock market, when you get gifts, like when you're getting a stock through a location or you're going for the SpaceX IPO, it immediately makes that quick boom. It's okay to just run with that money. That's called a gift trade. Take that money and run. That's what you
Yeah.
do, right, Michael? I
Hmm.
mean, there's not many trades that you can just take where it's just quick money to the green, and it's not a little money; it's a big lift. And if you can get that, you don't fight it, you don't get greedy. That's the easy way to give it right back, right? You just take that chunk, and then you can go do something else with it, right? You can go back to
Well,
SpaceX at another time.
and I told you there was a hedge fund that I worked on, and that's all they did. And they
Yeah,
always 100% of the
they,
time dumped the entire position off the open. They were part of that opening auction. So the guy would just
yeah,
know a bunch of people and someone would say, "Hey, do you want some allocation to Facebook or whatever?" And if you look at that Facebook statistic, that the fact that where was that here that got cut in 15%. So this was an awful IPO, but it popped on day 1 and it opened up, I think, like $15 above the offering price. So the dude who just sold it on day 1 made a whole bunch of money, and then it dropped by half. And like Rivian for here, right? The day 1 pop was 30%, and then it went down 70% a year after. So it's just these guys, and myself included, are just going to try to get that quick buck and kind of move on. And that's what can create that opening sell off, is because everybody who has the ability to sell shares and it's the reason they hype it up so much, is because they need that hype on the other side. They want, there's going to be events probably happening. They're going to be at the NYSE. You're going to see it on CNBC and all this. They're trying to create this hype to make sure that that doesn't happen, because that kind of just helps with people's perception of it, right? If everyone starts making money on the SpaceX IPO, then great. If it doubles in the first day or does something insane like that, amazing, because then those people that are holding and are locked up for 6 months or longer, they don't want that Rivian 70% fallback. Imagine you're locked up in your Rivian IPO, and all of a sudden you're like a millionaire, multimillionaire on paper, and then you're watching Rivian just tank day after day, and you're not allowed to sell your shares, and it just keeps going down and down. And then that's, I think, the next event to lock for. So yeah, Shah was talking about the 180 days for SpaceX. Now, that's not the people who get the allocation, and it's not the people who buy on day 1. That is for people who were early investors in SpaceX. So if I put money into SpaceX 10 years ago as like an angel investment or something like that, I am probably a billionaire on paper right now, but I can't sell for 180 days. So, of course, there's going to be all kinds of hype and marketing, and they're going to be talking about how amazing this is and it's going to change the world, because you got to keep those early investors happy so that the next time you go do another business, they're going to invest in it. If that early investor sees all of his gains dwindle in the 6-month lockup period where he can't get out of, then you come to him and say, I'm going to open up another company. They tell you to go away. So it's just it's a different game. It's completely different from what we do here, where we're just trying to take directional bets. It's, that's what investment banking and that kind of institutional side of things, completely different from our world, for good or for bad.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see what happens there, guys. Let's get to the action. What's going on? Mikey Mike, what's up in the chat? I see you out there, man. And the boss Nos is here, ready to get after it. Beep, beep, beep. How's the bots doing out there? Are we doing good? And did the bot take some trades yesterday on the comp? Did we finally get in?
Yeah,
What happened there?
I don't think I'm in. So I'm watching from the sidelines
Oh
here.
man, what happened there,
but
boss?
I signed up wrong or something, I guess,
Oh,
but it's all right. I don't.
it's all
Then I
good.
can
Hey,
just say
SPACs
I
kind of
would have
ruin
won.
things a little bit. Hey, SPACs brought the money, Tack. Don't be mad at the SPACs game, man. Everyone made a lot of money in the SPACs, right? I mean,
well, unless
if
you
you didn't
held,
make money
right?
in SPACs, I mean, you struggled, dude.
That's the thing, and unless you held, but
I mean,
so yeah,
but that's up to you, right?
you're
I mean, if
donezo.
you get, that was a gift trade, right? If you were up 30, 40% and then you held and went to zero and then went to red, Michael, we know that's doing trading wrong, right? Like, we can clearly say that's doing it wrong, right?
Most of these people were sold investments and thought
Yeah,
that it would be.
but the idea though is if you're taking 30 or 40% and then not taking some type of gain, right? Something needs to change in your investment thesis, because that's not going to get you many rewards, right? Oof. You know what that means?
Open.
It's time to stick and weave, traders. It's time to stick and weave. Who's got the trade? Who's got the money? I'll give you some ideas that I'm watching out the gates here on my scanner. FLNC today, right on the 9 EMA. Marvell, right on the 9 EMA. We got SPC. Let's go. Don't miss it tomorrow.
That's kind of what we do.
Well, not tomorrow. On Friday.
Friday.
We're
good to go.
All right. Trades to watch, guys. FLNC, Marvell, SPCE, HPE, DraftKings. I mentioned that yesterday. Is ripping right now out the gates. I told you guys that trade. Classic World Cup trade. It's on the move. And the next one I'll give you is HIMS. All the trades look great. Every single one of those on my scanner look awesome. Let's go see which one we trade and make money. First one up, FLNC, making the move, right? So I'll just go with what's making the move, FLNC and SPCE. Let's go.
Yeah, so little pop off the open there, and then we reverse back down. I think the important thing is, right, this candle right here, kind of 731. This was that CPI print that came through there, and then if we reverse that, then that could be a little bit of a bummer for some people, that we're looking for something just a little bit more. Man, holy smokes!
Squeeze happening on
Oscar up
SPCE.
Another rip here on wow, yeah, another rip here on Oscar, up another 6% on the day. So I gotta put an order to take. This has just been insane. I got it. Once the trade's wrapped up, I'll show you the P&L from this thing, buddy. It's been it's been house paying. We'll put it that way, right? It's been
that's what it should be,
she's
man.
been a big one. This can
take that money.
Yeah,
hey, look at that bag. All right, guys, I'm jumping in. I'm adding to SPCE. We're seeing a little bit of a spike there. Looks like a squeeze in action in SPCE. I'll take it. Of course, space stocks into the space names. Let's see if that lift. Another name that's lifting that I told you guys, watch for the red to green move. Oracle, straight out the gates, red to green here. Looking pretty good here.
Yeah, what's happening there? And yeah, space ripping there just a bit. Gabby, that's a nice looking chart. Nice little kind of rounded base there. We talked, right? It's gonna be hyped, right? Everyone's gonna talk about that stuff. Again, I still think it's bankrupt, I thought, but does that matter? No, it does it matter if your company's bankrupt?
I'm long it,
Absolutely
man. I got
not.
400 shares, 467. I added on the push there. I'm looking to see this start to rip through 5 and higher. This was a 9 EMA attempt. Look at the FLNC. Look at the scanner today. The scanner, Michael, would have been on fire. The bot would have been firing. Only one in the red here. FLNC up 11% out the gates. That's a classic strategy right here given to you guys. SPCE, look at that one. DraftKings ripping 28.55, looking really good on that one. Marvell, the next one to watch. HIMS are getting into the green. The only one in the red right now, HPE, all for those names that I just gave you guys. So 5 out of 6 would have not been bad for bot, right? So, hey, got to get after it. IWM doing well.
Well, yeah, just wanted to point out, right? Q's down 1% and selling off. Small caps up 0.1% and at highs. We just 3 days we've been seeing it. People are taking some profits. It's all, some people say, oh, selling or dumping. I think they're just taking some profits in some of these semiconductors names, the Qs, that type of thing. And they're just rolling those profits into smaller cap. We did a whole pie chart of what is in the IWM. Remember, it's financials, healthcare, industrials. Those are the big three there. So that's why you're seeing this is a very low tech index, and it's a lot of other things. So low tech, a lot of, again, finance, industrials. These are the quote unquote boring names, but there's nothing wrong with trading the boring names. Get after them, right? They're the ones that are doing pretty decently here. So, right, grab your favorite small cap and off to the races. Right? Or
Yeah,
short
SPCE is
some
the
of
one that I'm
these
jumping on.
other ones. Right?
I'm
So
trying
that,
to
yeah,
add
that
on a
would land
pullback.
squarely in the small cap landscape, the small cap world there.
Yep, could be a nice squeezing type of name. Of course, high short interest. Like you mentioned, hated name, right? Oh, it's bankrupt though.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
That's what, like, every time I see it pop up, I'm like, I thought and I could be wrong. Like, someone correct me
Yeah,
if I'm
man.
wrong. I'm like, I thought you guys declared bankruptcy. And then I'm like, oh, Hertz. You gotta remember Hertz. All right. So some pop-ups here. So we got SUNE. So it's shorting that one again on the hangover play.
Sunny. We're getting sunny with it, baby.
This
Getting
was,
sunny
remember, we
with
talked
it.
about this yesterday. Took that breakdown short. I can show you here just briefly, and we'll talk about this a little bit. This is the report Claude writes for me every morning on the hangover, which is just nuts. Just wakes up on its own. I don't have to hit a button or do anything. And all of these things are listed here. We'll go through that in a bit. And then, yeah, I'm just putting them and getting them auto traded. And then STAK is another one here, taking a short there. Just doing opening range break shorts with stops at the high of the day. CCTG is another one. And again, the premise behind this, I got it from, and I'm going to be doing a video on my own channel about it as well, is that Quiga Qualamari guy.
Don't worry, you're not the only one
Butcher.
that can't say his name.
I was about to say, it's like one of those, before I record the video, I'm going to go to like
call him the quag.
thepronounce.com and just hit play
Just hit
a
the
bunch.
quag.
I think it's Swedish. I think that's the problem. You can none of us can
HPE
pronounce
recovery,
any of the
guys. I don't have buying power
Swedish
anymore. I just spent my buying power on Oracle. That is one of my big positions of the day. That's ripping there. Well, HPE, another name that I mentioned, guys. Now the scanner's doing really good on that one. So hey, look at that move today in DraftKings. Oh, look at the action right on the playbook given to you guys this morning. And you guys don't say that Money Mitch doesn't give you guys the bag also, because look at the DraftKings move. Look at the World Cup trade. There you guys have it. I mean, and look at Oracle starting to get that lift. We talked about red to green action. Look for the move there. Trades in the green there today. SPCE starting to make the move. We are looking good on the screen. Let's keep the green going, guys. Let's party and let's take some bags today. I hope you guys are enjoying the competition out there and taking some bags of your own. Let's get after it, traders. Let's go. Let's go. Get those goals. Get those goals out there. Nigel, get that money, man. Get that money. That's what I like to see out there, guys. And yeah, the World Cup trade, right? Not a bad one. This is a classic story trade. Look at the SPC rip in there, guys. I've added 3 times already. And for me on the swing, I don't do that often unless I really feel like we're in a nice ripper. That's a nice ripper there. SPCE, if you're in the comp, that could be one name that could really kind of deliver, right? So we'll look to see what happens there. SPC ripping. Oracle ripping there. Oracle, nice move there. Nice lift off towards the 203s. Of course, this name reports tonight. I'd be selling the rip, but hey, I will take the rip. Let's go.
Small caps continuing to rip here, up almost 1% on the day. Everything is rebounding a bit, right? Q's turning higher, SPY, like the whole market's popping here, just being led by small caps at this point, but a nice kind of push for everything. across the board.
It's
So I'm
energy
going
leading the board
streets.
here. Then you got technology, communication services, healthcare, real estate, and defensive from the open. In the red, industrials from the open, utilities, basic materials, cyclicals, and financial services. So the areas that seem strong here would be a red to green move like tech. Out the gates, it was gap down, but moving straight back up after a move right out the gates, the down and then right back up. So good action there in tech as it starts to lift. Where's your area of liftoff in tech? It's semi equipment and communication equipment names that are doing well right out the gates here. You also got electronic component names, your GLW, your VRT, right? That's kind of the AI names that I'm seeing move right now. Computer systems bouncing back. Dell is a good one to watch. Dell right off the 9 EMA could recover and get right back up. Dell is one of the big favorites. So we're seeing some nice recovery in some of the AI names.
Yeah, just trying to figure out if anything is the reason for this rip, but I don't see anything. So I think this is just a continuation of yesterday's.
Well, the CPI,
yesterday's
man.
bounce.
The CPI, right?
Yeah, that had a bit to. I was just thinking, is
that
there
affects the
ran
IWM a lot more than it
something or-
affects the SPY.
Yeah, it's just that was like an hour ago, right? So I was just seeing if there's anything
Yeah.
breaking going on.
You know, it's just a simple rates trade, man. It's a rates trade with the IWM majority of the times. And so if you actually look on it, the daily has a lot of wick action too that keeps holding a trend line too. So you can just draw that if you wanted to make life easy. So there's a gapping action on the IWM right around the 4.9. So I'd use that point with the kind of recent wicks to kind of just draw a trend line and just make sure that it holds that trend line. So that puts it to kind of hold this 280 area and then come back for a 295, 300 attempt. I see the IWM at 300, right? I'll just put it like that, Michael. So
yeah, UP
we'll see what happens.
I think that's what I'm seeing too. The dollar's selling off a bit. We know that a weak dollar is going to be
you also
good
TLT,
for stocks.
Right?
Yeah.
So
seeing
a weak
gold
dollar
continue to sell.
is good.
Silver got smoked yesterday.
SPCE, Oracle liftoff. Let's go, baby. 2 names given to you guys right here. Just continuing to push now. Oracle 204, almost 205. Can we get Oracle to just keep pushing here, guys, and deliver, baby? Let's go.
So as I start to watch the sectors, right, RSP outperforming the SPY, IWM beating the pants off the both of them. So it's just showing that it's the everything kind of trade here. And so take a look at XLF, right? Just flip positive here. XLV getting close to flipping positive. Take a look at those.
Yeah, equally
favorite
weight is
small
doing
cap.
well. This is why I love equally weight. Like healthcare is in the green in the equally weights, but the XLV can drag. I don't understand who built that thing.
Yeah, it's 0.5. And no, I think looking at both and the comparison, this is why I'll talk about the SPY versus the RSP all the time, right? If your RSP is
nice recovery,
positive and the SPY is down, you just know that tech is pushed. And again, another 6% today in Oscar.
Nice.
This is now.
So you just keep riding the trend, man. Ride the trend. Put the especially with healthcare breaking out, that becomes now. It's gone from being an anchor to being part of the sales. It's pushing the XLV higher, right?
Right. So
your UNH is also a good indicator, right? You use a combination of things here. I think that's the important thing, and you can just keep going with them. Another name that's been going up like this, Michael, in the same space. I don't know if you got it, but you could have just literally kept riding that whole space. Look at Clover, CLOV. This thing was in the dirt a month ago, and now is like 100% gainer in the dirt.
Yeah,
and this is just literally like just buy what's in the dirt.
Well,
all right, guys.
This was the basic premise, right? Simple cup and handle play. So looking to buy, everyone's looking at what do I think is going to happen here? I think this thing could see 45, which is another 50% rip from here. That would just be a breakout of this base. But yeah, I was sold a bunch because it was just too much of my net worth to justify. And then the rest will just be just be trailed off after that. And so yeah, get your, again, I know we were getting pushback saying, what, we should all just buy Micron. Why are you guys talking about healthcare? And this is why. It's because you want to talk about it before it starts moving. You don't want to be the guy kind of YOLOing in right now,
All right, guys, time to cash some here on Oracle. We're going right to the hourly resistance here. So I have the option of either continuing or just taking the quick gift. I'll probably just take the quick gifts. Yesterday was a hit type of day, right? So just want to make sure that I cash right back in and get myself in a nice chunky green position. Then we can use that to continue pushing here. I'm looking for a move into the 207s here, and then I'll sell into that push. There it is, 207.20s. Looking for it to cash out here. Come on, cash it. Man, I hate when it does this. This is when I just hit it out. Boom.
It just gets right to the, yeah.
I just hit it out. I'm just like, forget that, man. Like the pennies won't matter when it matters more when you don't get out. Doesn't mean that I don't think that this stock can keep going. Sorry about that. We kind of went to the wrong screen there. There we go. Welcome back.
Oh, there we go.
There, guys.
Hello.
Guys, there's a break. There's a 207.50 cut right into the resistance. This is where I think it's going to give you a pullback. So I'm going to try to buy that pullback again below 205, right? But it could just continue. But there's a clear definition hourly resistance there. So instead of like fighting myself, I'm like, that was an easy gift. It was an add, sell. A swing trade become a day trade because it's too much money. Let's go. SPCE also doing great there, right? And lifting towards 492. Let's go.
I think that's a good one to hit on, right? Is make sure it's that way and not the other way.
Yep.
Right. Make sure that it's, if you got a target, if you want to get out of something at $10, then get out at $10. And if it doesn't matter if that happens in 10 minutes or 3 days or a week, just hold on to it. Same kind of thing.
All right, guys.
Breaking
looking
news,
for
I guess,
SPCE
for
to continue pushing. What are we seeing?
Bank of Canada holds rates steady.
Oh, Canada. So Canada.
BNS. You got a lot of banks here, so you could do a BNS, a Bank of Nova Scotia, that hasn't even traded yet. So there we go. RBC, and yeah, so these things are pretty liquid, but just the only thing that I've seen kind of come through, other than anytime, if you're watching Walter Bloomberg, anytime you see him typing in lowercase, that's something he's had saved in the back burner for when things died down just a little bit. WM now up over 1%. RSP's flipped positive on the day, and then Q's still down, so everything's flipping there as well.
SBC trying to reload here, so that's why you take some profits. That's why you cash. On that other name, you got the really nice gift. I can stay in this trade and just let it work. Looks really good still. Just want to continue to kind of watch the breakout above 5. That's going to be the next ad for SPCE, and then I can take the real kind of winner look today. Let's see what happens. Sometimes you got to go for it. I'm going for it today. Let's see what the scanners are picking up, because the scanner was on fire today. Let's refresh it. Let's see where it's at now. All right. Every single stock that I mentioned in the green now: SPCE, Hood, FLNC, HIMS, DraftKings, and Marvell in the green. All of them. Hood looks awesome, man. Nice 9 EMA recovery there. That's my system at work, and I've been trying to improve the scanner. So today it's on fire. Hood. Look at that Hood chart. Oh, that's a pretty looking chart out the gates here today. Take a look here at Hood. From 83 to 91 out the gates. That's the scanner, baby. Look at that breakout. That's a nice one there. That's a nice little breakout right there. I'll look for Robinhood to come back to 87, but man, big lift off there. And Robinhood tells us to maybe look for a big lift off in like a coin, right? Relationships, right? This is how I trade, guys. You see how I didn't see the coin chart there. I just immediately think What's the relationship play? And I go to it and look, it's just ripping, right? So it looks like we're getting that Bitcoin type of day also. So I take a look at BitX. Boom, up right now towards 1180s. Michael, that's up your ear.
Yeah, no, I'm liking that day that everyone hated Bitcoin. I was like, man, I really gotta start
BitX looks
getting into some
interesting
of
right
this.
now as a day trade. Nice bet there. If you take BitX, I'll take the shot there. Let's see if I can get some here. All right, let's see if we can get a little bit of some pullback here on that one. I'm going to look for like 1160s on BitX. If I can get the 1160s, I'll take the shot. I don't want to overextend too much right now because I'm in this like SPCE that could be a real takeoff. So instead of overexposing, just go with that one, keep riding, then look to get in another one. I have the money now that I got out of Oracle and could always get back into Oracle, right, on the pullback. But look at Oracle go. There's 209s and almost 210s. So maybe gave up like another $100 by not kind of continuing, but not going to be mad. You take the gift, you run, you're not mad at it. You got the gift, right?
Yep.
So we'll see what happens now if it continues to run, but it gives me more confidence to buy the dip, right? The amount of strength that we're seeing. This is a classic move that I talk about all the time where the stock was coming down into earnings. So today they're going to maybe drive it into the earnings. And then I wouldn't be surprised if it just completely flushes or looks ugly towards the close, right? That's how stocks go sometimes, guys. The flip-floppy action sometimes can get you, but it can also give you some rewards.
Yeah, I'm just looking through here. SMH actually flipped. We were down like almost 2% on the day on semis, and now we're up quite a bit. We have right IWM leading the charge still, but Qs are now positive. SPY is lagging.
There's some movers.
But it's getting
you ready
there.
for the movers? There's some movers out there. Mover alert. VSME. This thing is just rocket ride right now, trying to do a little bit of a, I would call it maybe like a cup and handle pattern above towards 5, and boom, there it goes. It goes through 5, and it goes like butter up there towards where was the high there? Oh, look at that pullback. Oh, she is exciting to me. Let's go take a look there. VSME, is it going in a down haul? Oh, she is. That is the classic small cap mover. Did you see that? That was amazing. Crazy move there. VSME brought to you live right here. You guys got to see the live action there. Wow, what a down hodler and what a flusher. It went up and it came down on that rip. Somebody big sold into that push, right? When you see this amount of volume, right? So this led into that drive, right? Somebody was building a position, got the breakout, sold right into the high, right into that break on the whole dollar. Looks like a little redhead out there, but I don't know. I am not in his chat room today, so I can't tell you. We'll see what happens out there. That looks like a classic guru sell to you. There's another trade out there moving out there. Let's go to CIIT. All right, here's one that looks interesting. This actually looks interesting. And of course, sometimes the cult-like mentality in these types of trades could move you over, and we could start to see some move on this. Why can't I trade this? Did this have earnings? Man, I swear, sometimes they try to not to let me in on some of these bad boys. I want this one. Why can't I get it? Can you trade it, Michael? I can't trade it. CIIT.
Which one? What's the
CIIT? IIT. It looks interesting. That $4 looks like a nice little ripper. Why? Because I can see the trend line, right? I think everybody can see that trend line hold, right? And so you see this hold, you see this nice pull back out the gates. This $3 attempt was the real look. A nice little red to green right off that bottom, right? So you get that attempt here to scare out the buyers right out the gates, and then you get this attempt now to break through this high, right? A move above 5 is where it really gets you going towards like 6. 6 can get you 7. 7 can get you 8. And who knows where this thing goes, right? So there's some movers out there. Oof. My penny stock scanner just refreshed and it went absolutely Christmas treeing, Michael. So you know what that means. They're active out there. I'll run through the names really quickly. CPOP, HWH, AZI, MTEN, HXHX CBRL. That's an expensive one, making a big move. That's Cracker Barrels is up 30%. Yes, you heard that. Cracker Barrel is up 30%. Yes, you know the short term, the short interest stocks are moving when Cracker Barrel is up 30%, guys. I can't even believe I just said that. Let's keep going. Another one here, FLD, Fold Holdings. Another one making a huge lift off. We'll see what happens with these names. What can continue making a move out there? SPCE pulling back a little bit here. Now I'm getting a little bit further pullback, but this is where I expect the buyers to step right back in here. So let's take a look at that trade and look for the action higher. This still looks good here on this CIIT. We'll look to see what happens on that one, if it can continue flying high. Keep trading out there, traders. Get after it. I'm feeling it. You guys can see it. We'll go after it there, guys. Look at Casey's General Store. I like that name. Let's take a look here. Ooh, you got that right, my friend. Casey's. I've never been to a Casey's, but if it can make me this type of money, I think I need to go to a Casey's. We'll see what happens out there. Look at the rip in Casey's today. Oh, my Lord. Nice mention, Tack. It's always good to catch you in the chat, my friend. All right, SPCE, getting that little lift there. What's up?
Who a Thune is? I don't know who a Thune is, but a Thune seems to be talking quite a bit. THUNE, someone in U.S. government, I guess. So he's talking to Rand. He's talking all kinds of stuff. Yeah,
a buffoon?
The Thune?
That's what it sounds like. Sounds like a buffoon's on.
He's talking about a DNI pick or whatever that is, and he's talking about Iran and all kinds of nonsense.
Oh, man. Well, that's okay, because the penny stocks are moving. We got stocks to trade, guys. And the market overall is holding well. There's only 2 sectors in the red from the open. And that's, of course, with the oil up move. That's industrials, that's utilities pulling back, right? But everything else is green from the open, led by technology now. Alert, alert. We got a technology name making a move, CBRS. That's going to be the next name I'll start to target here. CBRS alert going off there. I had this on a daily alert. It's already a nice move, but I like it here. Just got to be careful with this one because it has it's a high flyer and can move fast. So I'll take a little bit here and I'll look for pullback. But this thing is a competitor to NVIDIA that I've heard a lot of conversations about. I'll go to the chart now because I was looking at it on my main screen to the left here. But look at this chart here, guys. I'll just take a little piece here, but I'm watching the daily chart. Really, I'm watching this little bump up, right? I'm watching this chart right here. This is people are talking about this in the as a competitor to NVIDIA. Of course, it's not really a strong competitor, but it's something that could get the lift, right? So it gets this breakout. It's a relatively new name, right? IPO just a little while ago, could start to make a huge move here and let's say make a run back to 360 or something like that. So I'll take a small piece here and swing it. Let's go. What are you looking at, my friend? How's it going in the market? It's been a busy one.
Seems to be shorting absolutely everything. I was able to get that CIIT, but I had to buy the ask as opposed to market. So that just FYI, I don't know if that's
Tempest looks good today
that's
too,
the
guys.
ticket, but right, make sure you're just doing those orders well.
Tempest.
Yeah, so I just took the trade. I just did 100 shares just to see if I could get a fill, and I did. So just right when I hit market, it gave me a bad one. So just looking here, let's see what's going on with MSOS. I'm just seeing some chatter there. But yeah, the bot shorting everything, which might be a brilliant idea because we're up so much or not, but starting to lean into some of these Court and Jazz and
dude, MSOS is on this slow grind. It looks like institutional action to me, but it's not enough volume for me to call that out. So it's just tough.
Well, and it's
a tough trade.
For me,
I want a piece of it, but you just throw it in the investment account and you just hide on this one. You just wait for the day, right?
Well, and that's what I did is because this is the first time it hasn't popped and then collapsed in a long time. So I've just been buying little bits around the $4 or $5 area, and it'll be the same thing. It was wake me up when it's back in the 3, or wake me up when it's at 10. And then other than that, I don't really care. I don't want to trade this thing because
Yeah.
the news is just going to hit overnight, and it's going to be just a massive gap, and that could be a gap just to sell into, but that's just all going to happen kind of overnight without you. You're not going to have a choice in the matter. So
And it's a very,
this,
very watched stock on the in the liquidity pools, right? Like they're like
mhm.
watching these stocks like a hawk. There's a reason why it has a tendency of doing a gap up and sell off at the auction open. Like this is a repeatable pattern that happens in MSOS where it gaps up in the pre-market and it sells off at the open. That's a strategy within itself, but it's something to notice. And when you notice that, there's a reason why. There's not much liquidity at the moments where it needs it at the open, right? There's not much like, let's say, orders lining up right before the open, right? And because of that, when we start to see that trend change, that might be more when we're seeing the institutions really lead into here. But I like the trade, Michael. It's more that investment conversation. We'll see what happens with that one. What's going on, chat? Let's catch you guys up out there. And of course, in a second here, we'll look to see if we get an update at 10 o'clock for the leaderboard so that we can give you guys some information out there. Let's keep it going. Of course, we can also talk about something here called the second chance. What? Yes, there's a second chance opportunity. Guys, let's talk a little bit about it. Traders, here's an offer for even your broker isn't giving you this one, guys. So from June 8th through June 25th, Trade the Pool is giving the first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool, you don't pass the eval, Trade the Pool will give you another eval account completely free. That's right, a real second chance to come back stronger and prove yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship. So get it right now before it's gone. The clock is ticking, of course. Click the hub link in the description and join the Trade the Pool. Secure your second chance right now before this exclusive offer disappears. Let's switch, of course, back to the action. And, of course, get your second chance before it's out, guys.
Yeah, the SPY is trying here.
Look
It's
at
the only one that
DraftKings,
never,
man. Look at
never
DraftKings.
clicked.
This is one of those trades where at least you guys heard it here first, right? Who's talking DraftKings on Monday? You guys know your boy Money Mitch. Sound that alarm. Look at that trade go. This is a classic one. Let's smoke tune up. BGMS. We'll go to it in just a second here, Smoke. Look at that DraftKings trade. Oh, that's a classic one, man. And classic leaders to laggard, right? I love finding leaders and then just looking for the lag, right? Flutter gave us this on Monday, and DraftKings was on the low. Literally the low of the day, Michael. Those opportunities just feel like an opportunity to take, right? So when you see a leader and then you see certain stocks just, let's say, one step down on the market cap, or if you actually create a list, you could just call it the leaders, right? You just look for the lag to start catching up, right? The tide to lift the boats. And in this case, if you even buy Flutter on the high, right, and you buy DraftKings, you cash on both, right? You've played that kind of approach, and really good action here. DraftKings and other names to catch in the gambling space. So nice action in RSI. That's a name I gave you this morning. Also up a pretty substantial amount, over $1 now. Looking really good on those names. It's a fun day today. There's a lots to be trading. How are you guys doing out there? It's a fun one, man. I'll tell you that much.
Semis back down 1%.
Forget the semis. Leave them in the dirt. We don't need them.
It's been flipping.
We don't need them.
The volatility of this today
Esprad,
has
man.
been just wild, right? You've had that, from down 2% to up 2% to back down 2%. It just shows that this intraday volatility is just nuts, and likely will continue. Just make sure you've got your stops in place, and if you're in something, ride it. But the Qs also, right, flip back down negative for a second. IWM holding strong, so still the small caps. And remember, you can trade IWM, but you can also trade TZA and TNA. These are both, right, small cap, triple leveraged, not double leveraged, so triple leveraged things. I know a
Triple
trader who just
rainbows.
does. That's all he does is these, instead of futures, trades the triple leveraged indexes and does very well doing it. So you don't need to necessarily pick an individual name. Well, you can. Just know that these are huge movers, and you can, you're up 1% on IWM, so you're up 3% on TZA, and or down 3% on TNA, and up on TZA. So yeah, take your there's lots of ways to express this thesis, and holy smokes, man. Looking at Oscar, now up 7.5% today. This is just now a runaway freight train. It's gone from 19, so it's up 50% in a straight line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row. Just cannot stop this thing. I think they got an upgrade or something this morning. These are the moments where you go,
Cracker Barrel holding strong.
Never been to one. We don't have them up here, or at least we don't have them in my little fishing village.
It's just funny, man. There's no reason for this name to be popping like this. It's just always funny when I see something like this, right? But yeah, I mean, just look at the chart. It'll just make you laugh, dude. It's just like this thing is getting the pop of a lifetime. It squeezed yesterday. It's squeezing today.
Didn't like everybody protest this thing or something because they changed their logo? Or
Yeah, the
wasn't this in
logo,
the
the
news
logo
like a
thing
year
got
ago?
everybody pissed.
And I just like, it's funny reading all this stuff as a Canadian. I'm like, I've never been to one. I don't know what the logo was before. I thought it was a cheese company when it first started, but no, it's a restaurant, I guess. So cool. Or I feel bad for you. I don't know. But yeah, this is just this is earnings. Is that why they're CBRL? Did they just blow earnings out of the water? Nope. Yeah, it was. Wow. So they were estimated to lose 50 cents a share, and they made 30 cents a share. See, is that like the company doing really bad, or is that the analysts just being idiots? Like, how do you think the company is going to lose 50 cents a share and then they flip that much? That's 170% upside surprise. So it makes sense. These are it's like the company did great or the analysts are idiots. Those are the only two options. So good for them, I guess. Whatever market
good
they
for them.
serve for food is on fire. Good for you. Nice low base. These are low bases that I love. I know we chat about these all the time, Mitch, but a little too much here. But I'll keep this on watch for a couple days because it
Dude, Hood
got
just
hammered.
absolutely killing it.
Stop going down, Robinhood.
Yeah, man, absolutely killing it. It just did one of those what I call top of the range pullbacks. It's like I can fib it, but it's probably like a 23% retracement, which you kind of want to see in a really strong name, right? Where it just pulls back the smallest amount. Yeah, it didn't even get to that 23.6. So it just shows you top end tight wedge type of action. We'll see if it rips right back through the 92s. But this tells me more and more, look for a coin to remain strong. Look for the BidX to remain strong, right? So BidX, I had an alert to buy the 1160s. I might not get that chance, right? So I'll be looking to maybe take some BidX there. I would love to get it back down to 1160s, but let's see if we get that opportunity, right? Maybe even 65. So I'll move it up a little bit. I'll alert towards the 9 EMA, but this breaks back above, let's say, 1190s. I also want to know, right? I think this is a good trade to look at right now. All right, still hanging in this SPCE, looking for a big push above the 470s.
You've been, have you been playing with Fable at all? The new Claude model?
Yeah, of course. You got to spend your tokens while you get them, right, Michael?
Yeah, she's. Well, I'm giving Claude a lot of money, so I get tokens, but it is not only do I think it's smarter,
$100 isn't enough,
fast,
Michael.
man.
I don't know. I know that you say you don't max it on the $100, but I max the daily and I max the weekly every week on the 100 plan too, Michael. So that just goes to show you the amount of coding and building I'm doing, Michael. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Well, this
even the weekly cannot stand up to me.
for tunas, or maybe the analyst giving gifts. Like you can just look at this, right? So I looked at it. There's 12 current sell side companies that cover Cracker Barrel. So right, if it's the whole conspiracy side of it. That means all of these 12 companies had to get in a room and say, you know what, guys, we're really going to juice Cracker Barrel, but we have to get in a room to do it, because if we do it via email, then it'll get exposed and we'll all be. So it's like, or right. This is the main thing I always look at when I want to know if there's like some sort of conspiracy going on. The easiest thing to look at is, okay, how many people would have to know? So this is 12 different analyst firms, all with junior analysts and interns and all of this stuff. They'd all have to be in on it. They go, all right, guys, let's give Cracker Barrel the juice right now. It's like, or the company just did better than everyone thought. And that's the beauty of, and the reason I just brought up Claude is because I just did it with Fable, and it was fast. And I'm like, yeah, this is I haven't played with. I know there's like a max effort one where it's supposed
Dude,
to like really churn your tokens. I haven't played with that yet, but I'll be
what,
excited
Michael? How
to.
can you not have played with that button yet? You can't give me a
The
max and me not
max,
try it.
the max effort. But did that
Dude,
like all in one day?
right now what I do,
Is
Michael, is I hate 4.8. I don't know if you hate it. I don't like
I
4.8.
did
I
not
think
like 4 point. It was slow, and I didn't find it smart enough
it
to
kept
make up
giving
for
me
how slow it
errors.
was.
They rushed that. They rushed that out. I can tell you right now, they rushed that out. So I put 4.7 and then I put it on max. And dude,
Mm,
really good work. Really good work there, Michael. For
okay.
the efficiency,
Yeah,
that's
4.8 was
probably right now one of the best.
slow, slow, slow.
4.7 on max.
Well, yeah, and
Is your
Crow
best shot.
continuing the analyst talk. Most likely they're idiots. Now I always like, what's the famous saying is
Lemons.
never.
They're lemmings.
It's like never assume malice when incompetency is an option. Like, if there's two options between somebody's dumb and right, there's a whole giant room of people that are conspiring. It's usually that's just someone's dumb. It's like
All right, guys.
just make your life easier.
Where's the animal spirits going to? Where are these small caps ripping? There's DSY, right? I mean, that stock's up insane amount, guys. Insane amount. DSY. Look at this name. Up to $15. Nice pattern there. Rule of 3 played in perfectly. We can talk about it here. Let's take a look at this chart here. I mean, look at this pretty pattern. Oh my God. It's as pretty as can get. No one yelled at me about Big Tree Cloud Holdings. Was someone yelling in the chat? I think it was Smoke. So, you stay with the tuna. That's all I can say. But look at the action on that trade. Up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3. Right when you get to that 11, you know that if you hold that support around 7, you're looking great for a potential break above 11. Boom. You get that potential break back above 11 from 7. That's $4 already. Then you measure the flag. That's a $7 flag from this 11. We could possibly be going to 18. This stock's at 15.58 and ripping higher, up 752%. Yes, you heard that right. This stock is absolutely annihilating it. If you're looking into competition, you're looking for a way to make money, this is it right here. The question is, can you get it right? But I will definitely lead you to those also. So look at that ripper. Oh my God, what a move. What a move, DSY. And this is going to start to bring in other names to continue to make the move, right? So watch for what I call sympathy moves, right? Like a CPOP. CPOP above $1 just seems to make sense here if you like those real cheap names. And, oh, I crashed this. I crashed it. It does not like those penny names. You knew that, Mitch. You knew not to go to the pennies. It just doesn't like my penny game. I'm telling you, it just doesn't like it. It just tells me, no, Mitch, no, don't go to the pennies. I will crash on you. So yeah.
Where's the?
I'll bring it back.
Producer, can you give me the main link here for the? I want to check the competition because I think it should have updated a minute ago.
Yeah, let's take a look to see if we got a competition update.
I'm sure it'll give me over the link. They're just in our little chat. I see some bubbles going. Perfect. Thank you. Just because seeing that DSY go, I'm like, okay, we have to have some shakeup of the leaderboard if that happened in time. So let's see. Total profit and loss 2.8%. Or where does it say who they're from? Oh, this is just the trade the pool. Yeah, so these guys are probably killing it there. seeing some big moves here. I think this was actually down a little bit. Is this a new guy? Oh, it was. That's interesting.
The new guy?
I think there's a new guy. It's 288%. I wonder what they did with the
All right,
stop
all
out
right,
of
all right. I'll go
yesterday.
find out. I
200%,
have a lot of
240%.
trading going on, but I got you guys. I will find out.
Yeah,
But
we're
yeah,
only 40% in the difference between 1 and 2 here, and only 40% in the difference down to 3. And that seems like a lot, but these guys have already tripled their account. So now they're playing, and that's calculated off the lower value of the account. So they started with 30 grand, now they have all well over 100. So you're talking what, $20,000-$30,000 maybe in the difference between these accounts. And yeah, you're seeing a lot of NIHD here as well. Seeing PAVS, and there's a DS wire. So this would have happened before the news. So we have Gabriel, who's just in 6, and he's trading DSY. So if he's long and he's still in, and the thing is literally doubled, we could see a shakeup. Now, it won't be until the top of the hour until this updates, because it updates once an hour. But Mitch is going to have a little bit more of an insight there.
yep. I
The
got you guys. I'll
yeah,
pull that up in just a second here.
I would just say with this rip going on, you probably have some people who are falling off the leaderboard completely, and then you've got a lot of people who are probably doing amazing off the leaderboard here for these names. So you have to be really, really careful, right? Can you pronounce the leader's name? Absolutely not. I know you're talking to Mitch. Maybe Mitch can, but nope. I I'll call you Kumar.
The
And
winner,
I wish you all
as
the
I like to
best.
call him.
You're the winner. You're the winner. There you go.
That's what I call
Congratulations.
him. There is somebody up $8,000 out there, guys, on a trade on AZI long 13,500 shares. Let's take a look at that trade here. Let me just align this up here so that we can take a look at that trade. AZI. There we go. Look at that trade, guys. Long here. Oh, I love it. He has a stop break even. He's hanging out. He's looking for this to continue to make a move. Of course, probably got this in the after hours, but is looking for AZI to get up there, back there towards where it was, like 376. He was up an insane amount there. He has a crazy profit target out there. I can't blame him. He's like, go back to yesterday's high and I'll sell you up there for a cool $64,000. Can't blame him for
You gotta
thinking
do
about
it
that
in these.
mentality.
Yeah, you
So,
can't win these competitions by trying to scalp out for pennies, right? You gotta win. You gotta take big
that's not
hits,
going to
right?
get us
It's not.
anything.
It's separating it from the normal way you would trade, where you take some
Oh,
money on
yeah.
the way up or trade, and it's like, no, you're trying to get number one or nothing. So you gotta
Mm-hmm.
put the bat in your shoulder and take a big swing.
Yeah, let's go to the leaders out there. There's 119, 106, and 83 is what I'm seeing right now. I don't remember the account number yesterday, so I can't know if it's exactly the same person. But I can tell you those top 3 guys are not trading right now. So those top 3, 119, 106, and $83,000. Yes, I said 119. I don't know how he did that, but you're thinking he almost quadrupled his money. It's gonna be hard to get that guy. I will say that.
Mm.
That's pretty good,
Well,
man.
right.
Yeah, you
Get
quadruple
another
your money.
AZI, something like that.
You
Like,
should be in the USDC championship. Should be in whatever championship because you can go in the next Wizards book if you can make that type of return consistently. But there is someone catching up, right? That 8,000 guy could be coming back, right? Making a nice 60 something thousand on his 38,000. And then boom, he's up there, right? So, hey, don't think that it's out of reach. We'll see what happens out there in the market today in the competition.
Especially
Let's take a look at
the
the biggest bag. What's the biggest bag? It's a Roblox short. Roblox short. We'll see what happens on that one.
Well,
all right, what you seeing out there,
if
Michael?
you are gonna short and lose, Crow was just talking about this this S dot. Just halted again. These are the type of moves that if you just grab one of, you can win these competitions. Is just a big pop up. And yeah, Crow's talking about SUNE. So what I got to do is I got to figure out whether or not I'm going to keep these in the rotation. Because this, it was an amazing trade yesterday. Made a whole bunch of money shorting that yesterday on this kind of test account. And then today I'm like, probably should have just removed this one entirely. I think I'm going to be looking for only when they're up like this, like many days in a row, looking to short them there. And then after they crack, probably leave them alone. Like CCTG, this has been a great one. So short that one. And SATK, this one's been great as well. And then SUNE, I'm like flat to down on. So
Does
I
it
guess 2 out
only
of
get
3, I
in?
can't really complain.
Does it only get in intraday?
For now, I'm just doing for entry. I'm just doing opening range breaks.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna,
the
run
thing that
that's
hurts, I
just
think, with
simple
that strategy.
ways to,
Maybe try to figure out a way to play it pre-market. I think that might actually be the longer term kind of
I'm
result
scared
that
about
works.
the. I've just seen these things. I'm scared of shorting any of this stuff. And I probably would just abandon the strategy before I'd be shorting these things in the pre-market. I've just seen them run to in like one tick. I've seen them run now with a trade the
Yeah.
pool account. Yeah, I'd be
Yeah,
okay
that's
with
what I'm
it with my
saying
own
there. That's what
personal
I'm
money.
saying there. That's the key.
Absolutely not. I
That's the
need
key there is
liquidity.
that I've
And
seen it at least work in the trade the pool accounts. If I see the biggest shorters that win, they're shorting in the pre-market. They're shorting the pops.
yeah,
But that's just what I've seen the biggest rewards from the
that is
traders
it.
here on trade the pool, right?
And that is a
Looking into
great
the data.
that's a great way to look at and to talk about why you should trade with us is because that is definitely a great trade for somebody else's money, right?
Oh yeah.
That's something I'd be very worried about unless you're there. Like it'd be different if I was there watching it.
Mhm.
Um, it's you got to take a you got to be very very careful shorting any of these things in general and in the pre-market. And this is why it's funny both Lance, who is chapter 2 of this New Market Wizards book, and that Qualamari guy, they both said the same thing. Neither of them, both of them made millions of dollars shorting these penny stocks, and neither of them did it on day one. They're always looking for that
Oh
day
yeah.
2,
You
day
never
3
want to do
move
day
as
one.
well, right?
Day one
So
shorts never make sense, I think.
they
DSY
were,
definitely, of course, with that big drop right back down. CPOP above that $1 mark. You got the 115. You almost got to 120. That's a 20% run just from $1. We just talked about that.
mhm.
CPOP, but I couldn't get into it. That's the one that made my thing crash. Doesn't like me.
Gotcha.
AZI, we'll look to see if it gets above $3 now. Of course, we know that someone has a position in that name. And of course, that was a high flyer. Cracker Barrel back below the VWAP. We'll look to see if it gets some love at VWAP, but definitely getting some pullback there. Now you're getting some pullback in the market. Technology still leading, but energy up also big today. Semiconductor equipment stocks, though, leading the party out there. LRCRX up 6% from the open. That's a big move out there. And then AMKR, a name I gave you right out the gates here today. It was part of the playbook. That was, look at that name, 7% up, 9.2 from the open. So, hey, guys, there's at least 6 or 7 plays that I gave you guys just for tuning in today. So, like always, guys, tune in to get lots of trade ideas, different ideas, and of course, keeping up with the sector rotation, small caps, everything in between. You don't get that anywhere else, I'll tell you that. A lot of times, traders and rooms start focusing on certain areas and they just solely get focused on an area, right? That's one thing that I really try not to do here. I try to bring up the different trades and different ideas so that no one can say that they didn't hear about it or at least knew some of the names that were starting to make the move. Another AI name that's doing well today, Rubrix. I can see that on a daily chart. Looks really good off the 70. That's your RBRX trade. So, hey, I'm continuing to look around for trades. I won't stop.
CPOP. Yeah, that's a
There you
nice.
go. Smoke tuna. There seems like the early signal was there. That's what it's about, man. It's not bad. Sunny starting to get going.
Yeah,
Every
things moving.
scanner has these plays. Yes, Larry. But do they have it like this, right? That's the key, Larry. That's the key. Like you can get a scanner to get the plays, but do they have it like that? Do they have it that filtered out? I don't even want to show you it. Put it that way. And then I have this one, right? I have this one that I could undock, and this is more of my penny stock one that I use, right? And this one just catches. It's a high the day scanner that catches pretty much kind of like your trade ideas high the day scanner. The only difference is that it has like a pullback method that it has to start doing for it to show up here. So then there you have, right? You have 17 names, right? There's only 4 in the red there, right? So not a bad scanner. Hey man, Larry, if you got a better scanner than me, by all means, let me know, dude. I won't be mad, at least. To say that everybody has that. I don't think everybody has that right now. All right, let's keep going, guys. Or you just get the tuna alerts, right? It's just how it goes when they talk about every scanner. Did you catch them when you pay for a scanner? Did you expect to play it, right? And that's another thing, right? I just do this right through my charting service, right? So it's pretty good.
Well, that's the big, again, someone who worked for a scanning company for almost 10 years. It's easy to find everything. It is hard to find just the stuff you want, right? That's the balance,
filter.
Is that just to have this is all the crazy stuff moving, that's great. It just takes time to work on it and to make it something that makes sense to you and is only seeing the stuff you want, so that you're not. And I always say that's one of the first steps of being systematic, right? Is to develop a scanner and have it display only the things that you want to trade. And if you're able to do that for a period of time, then you're kind of in step 1 of, okay, these are names that we can then start to potentially build trading systems around, because I know I'm only looking at what I want. If you have just a scanner, it's like, this is everything that's moving. Well, that's great, but you can't trade everything that's moving, right? You wouldn't want to either. So yeah, that's step 1. As soon as every time you look at your scanner, you're like, man, these are all great. And it's like, okay, now at least you have the mathematics of what you want to trade sorted, and you can just kind of go and start to build it out from there. As soon as it's clean, because again, that's the hard part, right?
DraftKings continuing to hold at the top end of the range. That hasn't been a bad trade, but now looks like it's finally making maybe its way back to the VWAP. We'll see what happens, but that's been a nice ride all day, guys. Hope somebody was able to DraftKings up. Hims, longer term hold type of swing. Doesn't look bad.
Ripping.
Oh, it looks great, Mike.
We're gonna be doing
a hated name in a space that's about to do well, right? And the best part, for some reason, it's being shifted over into the consumer defensive sector on my area. So that means that certain fundamentalists are going to start looking at this company and being like, where is it valued? So I think at this point, the way that the price action is showing, it's probably valued somewhere between 20 to 25 to like somewhere between there. And so now you're starting to see that appreciation start coming back into the company. Now you need the space to do well, right? So HIMS, can that start to climb right back, right? Who knows? I mean, I don't bet against companies that make that type of move. They could always come back, right? Like a Celsius or a Crocs, right? We've been seeing strong. Crocs has been the good one, man. That thing's been a hot thing.
Oh yeah.
Crocs.
Put mine on, go mow the lawn.
Crocs.
Go on and grab that and look all handsome mowing my lawn and those things. I didn't do it yesterday. I might not do it today either. It's too nice out. I've got a hammock out there now. I went out and I went to mow the lawn today, and I just ended up laying in the hammock, taking a nap. Probably what I'll end up doing today too. The kids are at school. The wife's at work. All by myself. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna take a nap.
Yeah. I need
It's
to
the
get my kids.
best part about systems trading is I don't worry about missing anything. You go, okay, I'll
Yeah,
set Claude to work on some tasks, and
that's
away you
probably what
go.
leans me over a lot of the times, right? That I get to the point where I'm just like, man, I don't like watching screens, man. I watch enough screens. I do enough work.
Well, and it's we talked about that Qualamagi guy, and let's go into our swing segment here for a minute. I've got one trade example from one of his setups that we were actually talking about with Cracker Barrel, and he did the same thing. He had the exact same revelation where he's like, I don't want to stare. I don't want to spend 60 hours a week trying to trade and staring at screens all day. So that's why he developed his kind of 3 systems, and he just sticks with them. And one of them, again, we've been chatting about all day, and I could describe kind of exactly how the book said he would trade this, is actually Cracker Barrel. Now, normally, right, he talks about, he wants to be in biotechs and all these kind of things. But um, this is the exact setup that he described. We called an episodic pivot setup, and the simple idea behind it is you're looking for something that sets up on the daily chart just like this. So it sets up in some sort of a low base. It's forgotten about for a period of time, was his quote. He doesn't want to trade the thing that everybody's talking about all the time. And then some sort of some shock event that happens that changes the fundamentals quickly. And the premise behind this is that institutions are not fast to act. They can't be. Algorithms and things like that are very fast to ask. The fundamentalists are slower. So last night, like we talked about, Cracker Barrel had earnings, and they were expected to lose a bunch of money, and in turn, they made a bunch of money. So that's a huge shift in fundamentals. It's not just like they beat by a little bit or they missed by a little bit. This was, we think you guys are on your way out, you're on your way down, and they go, no, we're doing just fine. We're making money. So those are the kind of 2 criteria: forgotten about stock, something that's in a base for a long period of time, and then some sort of event that's big enough to break it out of that base in some sort of significant way. Again, not just a little bit of good news here or there, just something that's big. And then one of the big takeaways is, I thought that he's always using the intraday chart to actually manage trades. So this created a port in which he actually has to sit there for a bit to trade, but he's only looking at the first 5-minute bars. So I have it up here on 5-minute bars, and
enough teasing me, educate me, take me to it. Let's go. Let's dip our toes.
I was halfway through there, so I missed the bumper. But yeah, so then again, the setups were, I needed something that was boring, everyone forgot about, and then broke out on some sort of change in fundamentals, something that pushed the stock in some way that is different. He talked about, new technology releases, something like this, where it just completely smokes earnings. Again, Cracker Barrel didn't beat by a little bit. They went from 0 to $1 million. They thought they were almost going bankrupt, and now they're making a bunch of money. And then from there, it just becomes, okay, this is enough that he believes that it will create these institutions chasing over time. And then from there, we go into the intraday action. And the setup actually became pretty simple. He's not doing a million trend lines and trying to figure out all this craziness. What he was just doing is a simple opening range break setup, right? And again, I've got a couple of these that I run. I've back tested them. There certainly is edge there that you can back test on opening range. It's like a trend following thing. It's like doing just a break of a 10 period high or something like that. It kind of has to work for trends to persist. Then the trade becomes pretty simple. The way he looks at it is that you're entering on an opening range breakout. So you're waiting for, okay, I've got all the daily stuff set up. I've got all the fundamental stuff set up. I'm good to go. So now I'm waiting for it to break some sort of, flag pattern or something intraday to show me that there's that intraday momentum on its side as well. And the beauty and the thing that I think that really contributed to his success is his stops were just like the low of the day on day one, and that's it. And that's going to lead to a lot of getting wicked out. It's going to lead to a lot of chop nonsense and a lot of day one stops. And they said this in the book as they're reading through his trades, because you have to give them every single trade or you don't get in the book. And he's like reading through them. He was like, most things that he lost money on were day one stop outs. So just over and over and over again, hit on day one. But that's a really tight stop on something like this, right? So you're buying here at 47-ish, you could say, and then your stops down here at 43. So you're just risking a tiny, tiny amount on this position. And then from there, it just becomes kind of a trailing stop thing. And he talked about his favorites were just, and again, these are all going to be roughly the same. But his favorite were moving averages and just simple, right? Simple, exponential, whatever. It's whatever you want. Uh, there's no magic one. So some are going to work better than others. So you'd slap on, like, say, a 10 period moving average and a 20 period moving average, and you would just trail the stops under those. So your trade becomes really bone simple and easy to manage. And this was kind of his shift towards, I don't want to sit there and stare at my screen all the time. Now that he's in the trade, he has a stop loss out. He knows there's a greater than 50-50. I think he had a 25% win rate. And again, turned 5K into $100 million with a 25% win rate. It's just goes to show, because what will happen sometimes is with this stop loss in place and a trailing stop of like a 10 period moving average, every now and then you're going to get something that's just going to absolutely soar. Like if you look at the 10 period moving average here on this move on Cracker Barrel, when it broke out, let's say it met all the criteria here, you're in from 47 and it doesn't stop you out all the way up into 57. So your risk to reward becomes insane. So that's the basic setup of a simple swing trading strategy if you can stomach the win rate. I think that would be the biggest thing. Because like with most trend following things, you have to be that kind of person that you can stomach being wrong that often in order to be able to lock in the profit. And then the other thing you got to be able to stomach is being up, double on a position and then not have it continue. And I'll see if I can even find it. But he said there was one example that he broke those rules, and it was LASE. I don't know. I didn't even look to see where he bought that. But he said he bought it and then he just got out because it didn't close well that day. And then all of a sudden he missed it, I think 10xing. And that would have been a multi-million dollar trade. So it's the two disciplines. It's one, come in every day, take a stop loss, and move on with your life and be okay being wrong. Every 10 trades, you're wrong between 6 and 8 of those trades, and you're only right 1 or 2 of the times you hit the button. Great, but it just highlights the power of swing trading, in which he could be in these trades for months. He talked about, the millions he made during the quantum computer boom recently. And it was because he was able to buy these things and they just didn't give him a reason to sell. So for this kind of swing trading, there would just be times where there'd be a lot of work, where you've got a lot of cash and you're looking for a lot of setups. And there'd be times where there'd be no work. So say, just use this trade, for example, say his entire capital was tied up in trades like this. Your decision point becomes one a day. You look at it and you say, okay, are we closing below the 10 period moving average? Yeah. Okay. Get me out of my position. No, hold on. And he's not the kind of person to sell in parts or anything like that. He feels like you really got to get that meat of the move with your entire position in order to do it. But again, that's just a very interesting swing trading setup from chapter one. I like the combination of daily charts and intraday charts for entry. I just don't know if I'd be able to stomach a 25% win rate, even myself. If I had enough data, maybe. But yeah, it's a really hard trade.
Why? Why not? Why not?
I don't
That's
know.
literally the area I hang out in all the time, guys. And it's an interesting one. This is the reason why I also think like, why not maybe make a bot to fade that also, right? Like, so like if that's the consistent accuracy on that, what if you just did the opposite strategy, right? Reverse that strategy. Could you get it to be an 80%?
Probably, but then you would probably have a negative risk reward ratio. So,
Yeah,
and
no,
I
and
would
I
be
and
all
I'm
for
so
something like
against
that because
those
then you combine
normally,
the two.
Michael. I think you're with me with against those types of strategies, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta test it, right? You never know. You never know.
Well, and one of the things I liked about him is without doing it mathematically the way I did it, is uh he combined he had three of these strategies that he was able to come up with. So he combined strategies as well, where he had
Mm,
three different systems. He had his episodic pivot, and he had some sort of pullback setup, and then he had a short setup. And he kind of mentioned a lot of the same things that I hear a lot of systems traders say, in which there's times that there's nothing, there's no parabolic shorts that he wants to take, and sometimes there's no or episodic pivots that he wants to take. And then there's times that shorting just loses him a bunch of money, but he just needs to keep doing it because it's his setup, and that's the
that's the
rule,
name
is
of
you
the
just
game.
have to do whatever your setup says.
Yep.
And in return, because he's got another setup that's working, he's still either breaking even or making a little bit of money. And then every now and then you get this period where all of your setups hit and you make a crap ton of money. And it's the same thing that you'll hear against systems traders. So it's funny listening and re-listening to the Market Wizard series now as a systems trader, and just looking at it through that lens, and just saying, oh, really, all these guys are doing a lot of the same things systems traders are. They're just doing it a little bit differently, right? They're doing it a
Yeah,
little bit
I agree.
more boring, I guess.
Yeah, also
Um,
doing it more in that risk to return fashion. That's what I seen from the guys that get returns, guys. If you're looking for returns and you're really trying to drive your account, I mean, if you're only making, let's say 10, 20% on an account and you're expecting it to get to like a big account, it's very difficult. Like
mm,
you have to have a starting account of like, 100,000, 200,000, something like that, right? For you to say that it's actually even worth your time, right? Because if you're only making, let's say, let's be honest, right? If you're only making, let's say, a couple $1,000s a year, and this can't be living for you, right? Like this just is what it is, right? So that's why we even talk about prop in the first place, right? It brings you to the prop game in the first place, right? And you're looking for buying power, right? Because it's what's needed a lot of the times.
mhm.
We'll look around
Well,
for some trades
and
out there, guys. There's a lot of action going on.
the
Let us know how you're guys doing in the chat.
yeah, and I like that conversation of different trading styles for different accounts. Like you said, when he started with
Yeah.
5K, he blew up a couple 5K accounts before he got his strategies down. But, he talked about, and he mentioned now, well, I said this yesterday when the guy said, so why have your returns have been lower over the past couple of years? And said, well, I made $100 million and I bought a yacht. And it's understanding that you can take wild and crazy risks with a 5K account. So maybe you can double a 5K account, not easier, but I'd say more consistently than you could double $100 million account, because you're just not going to take the same risks with $100 million account. So also, when you're looking at your account, that can do some amount of tailoring what you're willing to do. I know lots of people who shorted low float penny stocks back when they were starting trading, and maybe they had a 10,000 or even up to maybe $100,000 account. But when their account started to add that comma and get into the $1 million range, they go, I can't. Your risk profile as a human being changes, right? You're like, okay, now that it's $1 million, I really only need to make a 10 to 20% a year in order to make a really good income. So your trading philosophy kind of shifts. So don't be afraid of that, right? If you're someone who's got a smaller account, don't afraid to swing a little bit more for the fences. And if you see your account getting bigger, don't be afraid to kind of back off a little bit and be okay with a lower percentage win rate or a lower expected return, because that's just the nature of it, right? It's a different beast. I know that happened to me when I was only trading, $50,000 account. I was much more focused on returns and much less focused on risk. And then when my account started to get bigger and bigger and bigger, I shifted that focus as well, because I can make that smaller percentage. So that's why all this is so personal, and there's not like a best way to do things. because it's going to be different for everyone. Where you are in your life, the size of your account, what responsibilities you have, all that kind of stuff is going to definitely weigh on trading decisions that you make.
Definitely will, guys. Taking a shot here in a little penny name here, VSME. We'll see what happens on this one, hanging out at the $4 spot there. Will it get the rip above fours here? Let's see what happens here, guys. Um, I'm taking a shot on these today because it just seems like this is also where a lot of the action is. I still got some exposure to tech with that CBRS. It tried to make a big breakout, just pulled back. So just be careful for tech, maybe on a little bit of a pullback here. I'm watching it to see if it
How
holds
much
here and makes another push. But
and how much of this, Mitch, do you think is the death of the pattern day trader rule? Just it seems to line up pretty well that they killed the pattern day trader rule, and you getting more and more of these crazy things doubling, tripling, quadrupling. Because if you got a 5K account and you want to day trade, are you day trading NVIDIA? You know what I
to be
mean? Are
honest,
you day trading like Walmart? Probably not. You're probably day trading a VSME or something, or what DSY that we saw earlier.
yeah,
That's where these guys are going, and so these can eventually, I'm sure it will normalize, but I could see these things going much further and faster than people expect, just simply because you have more. You've opened the floodgates to more degenerates to kind of come in, and then the hope is
that
eventually
works.
they learn, like we just mentioned, they need the buying power. That 5K account's not going to feed them, so they say, you know what, instead of risking my $5,000, why don't I take $120 and then I can get 25K? Right? If your strategy works, why wouldn't you do that? Right? Then you can
Why
finally
wouldn't you?
start to have larger accounts, and then maybe you don't have to go as crazy, right?
I agree. That's the
WCT.
way it needs to be. Looking to see
Jeez.
what kicks off
Wow.
into the green here. About to let go of
Yeah, I saw you
SPCE.
talking about
That's
that, Crow.
dragging.
That's crazy. This WCT just ripped $2, like doubled in 15 minutes. That again, that to me seems like that's a
It's the time we're
if
in.
someone said, yeah, if someone said without evidence that this is because of the PDT rule dying, I wouldn't
Hey, who
I wouldn't
knows,
push
man?
back
Who
on that.
knows?
You know.
All right, there's a big pop
So
VSME. Now I'm taking my shot to really get the win here. Let's go. There's a pop 422s. Let's go. Let's get into a halter with this thing, man. See if this thing can really start rocking and rolling here.
speaking of LASE, I was just talking about that because that was in the book, but I just looked down and I realized that I own some of this. Um,
It's
so
like
there
I
we go.
own.
I
Oh, okay.
bought a little bit, I think, yesterday on the pullback there. Just trying to go through, see what's going on in my. Bought a lot of different names yesterday. A little bit of GEV,
There we go.
a little
Cool.
bit of AMSC. None of these are. I think I'm like half and half for winners versus losers so far as in the swing. The SPY, right, it's hit highs and then it's just been chopping around, just hanging out ever since. Uh, what platform has instituted the new PDT rule? I think both Robinhood and Webull, like on day one. I read. I don't have access to those
Yeah,
as
I
in
think they
Canada,
all
but
like instituted it, but they all have different margin requirements and things like that. So you have to go into each one. Majority of them all are following the rule. It's more they have their own rule established now.
yeah, and that's I like that,
So just
right?
ask
And
your
it's
broker.
not just because that's how we've always done it in Canada, but it's like it should be up to the broker is the one who ultimately takes the risk, right? If you're short in NIHD with $1 million and it halts and it rips 1,000% and you're down $10 million on the trade and you don't have $10 million, the broker accepts that risk. So at in the ultimate, if they're giving you margin, if they're giving you access to these things, a lot of people think that brokers just facilitate trades, but they are the guy who holds the bag at the end of the day if things don't go well, and that they should be able to make their own rules. Right?
Yeah,
If I'm the one taking on the ultimate risk,
100%.
it just to me makes sense that I am the one at the end of the day who should be able to decide, the margin requirements and how much risk is actually on the table. And because down there, you guys have multiple brokers to choose from. If one's being a jerk, you just go. Like, if
Yeah.
Schwab sucks, go to IB. If IB sucks, go
Well,
to Webull. If we right,
no, you don't even do that.
capitalism.
You leverage them. If you actually have money, Michael, you actually call them and you say you want my money to go over here, or you're
Yeah,
gonna
I've
do
done that.
this.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
way it really works out there.
that's it's kind of like I always compare brokers and airlines.
Yeah.
Before the pandemic, I would fly like once or twice a month. It was part of my thing. I think I did like 30 flights in a year. Um, Eventually, you get special treatment with airlines, and it's the same with brokers.
Mm.
As soon as you get that second comma in your account, all of a sudden, I'm getting emails from the brokers. Hey, you've got a personal connection that you can email anytime. We'll email back. Do you want to sit down and have a chat? Do you want to come to our office and have a coffee and like stuff like this that you just don't get? You don't. No one cares when you get that first comma, but the second comma comes through, all of a sudden it's like okay, it's a big deal. But yeah, just again, to me, it makes sense. It's the brokers that should have the side of things.
The
And I also
power.
wonder too, is this going to change the whole zero DTE thing? Because I thought a lot of that was probably happening because of the, they
Exactly
could
that.
day trade these things. Is that going to now reduce
It's gonna
because
lower
now people can just
lower
day
the
trade someone else?
yeah, it's gonna
Right?
lower it a
Instead
little
of,
bit.
I think so.
Not as much YOLOing action on the options market, right? I mean, makes
Yeah,
sense.
I did that yesterday. I got 6 months free trades. Yeah, you can just give them a call. Again, if your account's large enough, and it doesn't have to be a million. I'd say when you're over 100K, you can start calling your broker and just saying, especially you guys down there, right? You say, I can
Mhm.
go with E-Trade. I can go with wherever I can go with, and I'll just leave and go to this next guy. And yeah, just like your cell phone company, they've got someone who's like a customer retention specialist who will go, crap, right? We want to keep this guy around. Let's just give him something. And for them, it's like a couple 6 months of free trades. It's just like here, we'll just give this to you and we'll just write it off as a line item.
Well,
ENRD. No, thank you, Crow. That's the first one that you brought up that I'm like, no, I'm not going to I'm not going to trade that one, sir. That's insane.
ah,
Oh, we're getting Iran. Iran military spokesman's in response to Trump's threat against Iranian infrastructure. We've proven that we will respond to threats appropriately.
ah,
That was maybe more of this. This is getting old. I'm,
it's kind of
it,
old to me. I
you
could
know,
imagine Trump.
like man, jeez, just the yes, just sign the deal, or or shut
Or
up, or
just finish it, dude. Just finish the deal, dude.
do right? Do a war or do a deal or do a something. Yeah,
I don't
DRAM's been
understand.
kind of trapped here for a while. Someone's bringing up DRAM, right? It broke down and then it kind of came up to try to fill the gap and then failed again. And so we're range bound on this. So for me personally, if it's gonna break back out and hit new highs, it's gonna have to get above this high at 63.50 at some point. So great, like let that happen. And if it's going to break down and be a failure, it's going to have to break under 55 at some point. And when these things enter ranges, Tack will back me up on this, like turtle trader style. You sit out. You say you're in a range. You're no longer interesting to me. You're not exciting. I don't care. And then once it resolves, then okay, then you can start to get some move. A little bit of a sell down again. The last 20 minutes or so,
Yeah,
just been kind of this
a little
slow,
pullback
controlled.
opportunity here. I think you're getting those pullback opportunities here, so I think that's what you look at, right? We'll see if we get some opportunities, and watch for Oracle after the bell. earnings, right? That's pulling back there. It was a good name to watch out the gates. Now pulling back. We'll look to see if it gets hot again. And then I will
We
ride
do
it out with
have
VSME. Let's see what happens with that one. See if we get a high flyer. We'll see what
we
happens.
got more of this tomorrow. We had CPI today, and we've got PPI tomorrow. It's not going to be as big of a deal, but it is going to be something. So yeah, there's a lot of things on the horizon. Then of course after that we have the SpaceX IPO, and that seems to be like the final frontier of what the market cares about, assuming no more war breaks out or anything like that. But yeah, so we're just getting news kind of pittered out throughout the week.
High short interest scanner that I had. It's just an old one that I just grabbed. It's just an old one that I had pulled like the high short interest stocks in it. Shows up 2 stocks making moves on high short interest: Lemonade and MTEN. So Lemonade's an interesting one to see show up on that. So that could get a nice little push. DNA, Soundhound, right? Those types of names, high short interest. Seems to be a play today. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us in just a second here. We'll be taking a look. Let me see if there's any updates to the leaderboard out there in the market.
We got anything new? Another
looking.
Haganef says there'll be news from Venezuela in the very near future.
Ah, Venezuela. Those Venezuelans, they're partying now, man. 119, 106, 83, still the main lead out there, guys. So if you're trying to get up to first place, that's where you want to get to. And of course, you're trying to qualify. So areas like anything even above 40,000 could be a great way to qualify for the next round. So just keep that in mind, right? That's what you want to be thinking about, qualifying first. And then, yeah, if you get the first place, get the first place, right? Get the cash prize. We'll see what happens out there, guys, what happens in the market today, and what we can, of course, look at in the market here. Now we're seeing a little bit more action. Be careful out there, traders. It's a fast market, and we're in a fast environment, but we'll be here along the day with you guys. Stick around. There'll always be more here on Trade the Pool. There'll be also, of course, the earnings streams later today, and don't miss SpaceX on Friday. You guys know Michael is going to be sweaty palm hams ready to go. So get ready. The clamminess is coming, and I hope you guys are along for the show. See you there on Friday. See you there in a little bit. Take care, traders.
Whoa, I'm already live. Whoops. A little behind the curtain work here, guys. I'm going to pull the screen up here and we'll get it right underway. There we go. Great. And we got some stuff to talk about here, guys. Quite a rock and roll day here. We are currently coiling under a key level that I'm going to show you. Oh, in just a second here. I am going to switch to another screen just for a moment so you guys can't see my login information. I'll be back in just a jiffy here. Here we go. We'll do an intro. We'll do an intro for you. Set the mood.
Wants 200, baby. You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
There we go, guys. There we go. I almost got there in time. I see some comments coming in the chat. What's up, Crow? What's up, Nigel? How we doing? How we doing? We are watching SPY do its thing here. I'll fix the ratio. I know there's some extra space on our screen there, but I wanted to get into it here. So first off, guys, SPY. We are looking at an interesting coil. We're deciding whether we're making a high or low. So this yesterday on the left side of our chart is going to be yesterday's price action. Here we've got today coming down and trying to make a higher low. Trying to make this higher low, carve this out here. So you can see this big yellow shelf. We're coiling under it. We're trying to hold under that and hold under this magnet. As long as we are not falling off the face of the earth, as long as we're holding this blue zone, not falling and making a new low a day, I think it's possible that we just made a 50% pullback from the low to the high this morning. Can see that red equilibrium pivot right there. We're still holding, and I think we're just basing and loading up for another attempt at a flip of the zero gamma. So we're watching SPX at 73.25 to 73.35, that kind of range there. And oh, look who's at the door.
Hi, how you
Come
doing,
on,
neighbor?
man.
How you doing?
Hey. Doing A-okay.
Hey, how you doing? Man, what a good day again in the small cap sector, bro. It's just been amazing. I can't thank the stock gods enough for coming on in and treating us good over the last week here. Last week into this week, from MNTS to ASTCs of the world. I mean, man, it's just been crazy. It's been INHDs of the world. You know, that was fun. DSYs of the world today. DSY still, which we've had. It's just every day we're getting craziness. There goes. I just missed it. There goes CPOP. I will be shorting CPOP during lunch. CPOP, CPOP. I will be shorting this hopefully during lunch hours. This finally went live with a massive gap up and shot into another halt up. I am waiting for this play to finally go for its first halt down, and I will be shorting this. This is now going to probably have another big gap up here incoming. We just halted up out of nowhere again. I have traded DSY and I traded SDOT today for my halt strategies. And
Josh, real quick, speaking of halts, my computer is halting a little. Would you mind pulling up your charts just so we can have the visual there? And I'm sorting this out on the back end.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where all my stuff is at. I just got done doing some posts here. Well, I need to log or load them up, but for the traders, for the traders there, though. Here we go. This
CPOP, though, pretty explosive here. So halting right under the 2. You're calling BS, though. You're saying top's almost in. I like it. Is this because looking back on the left, it's starting to trade up into that wiki zone where it rejected a few times?
Well, just what we had here recently. It's just my strategy and how I trade these. So, like yesterday, you can I'll pull up is your chart working there? Are we good to go?
It's slowly, but yes, if you bear with me.
You're good. I can get mine and go if not. But DXST, go to DXST. This is exactly what I'm looking for. A straight up move, comes a straight down move. So I don't really care about trying to predict the top. I'm just waiting for the very first halt down to come in, and that's when I jump in to trade.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so if it does align with that kind of confluence of a higher time frame level, that's just icing on the cake there. You're just looking for that halt down. I totally understand. And as you see on DXST yesterday, well, it did that exact same thing. It swept the wick on a higher time frame and set that stage for that nice short. So great call there. Looking for the C pop. We can check that out and keep tabs on that.
That's the only one I'll say. We have DSY still running, so DSY is our big 500% mover, was up almost 1,000% on the day earlier as it was hitting close to 20. So that's our bigger mover on the day that's still moving around. But C-Pop is our more recent one here out of nowhere that I will be all hands on deck, as they would say, looking for that short 100% on that first halt down. So I'm just waiting for that first big red candle. Is when it's running into the LULD. I will trigger away. It'll be the last trade of the day for myself. I'm 3 for 3 on the day, 3 shorts, rocking those. So I'll take one more here. Now that I wouldn't have traded until I see this. And it's just the pattern. When we see this, and it looks like we're going to get another gap up, it's showing right now 250s, 240s possibly for a gap up on C-Pop. I would love for it to kind of pop up and then immediately reverse into a halt down, and then I'll be taking that halt down strategy.
Sir, I love it. I'll be keeping an eye on this because this is one that I want to learn and just help me kind of be more fluid with, just, hey, all of these high time frame flips, they occur on a short time frame first. So I want to be able to kind of identify them as soon as they happen. And what's a better chance than a stock that just doubled in 3 minutes, so to speak, with the halts. But, if we can catch it on that flip, then that might be, it doesn't get much more pure than that, right? So, Josh, when you can hop back in, just let me know. But no worries until then. It seems like EVMux is out to get us today. I was having some trouble getting in this morning. So you know what? Thanks for bearing with us, guys. We appreciate y'all in the chat. And what are you guys trading? What are you guys trading here? You trading these big names, these C-Pops, these DSYs, or are you trading more of the large cap stuff? Because that's what I've been up to. Oh, I'm seeing... You guys are seeing my whole ugly screen here. Let me crop it to get just the chart. See, it's out to get me, guys. All right, we're going to do one of these. Show you how to edit live. We're going to give it one of these, and then we're going to bring Josh back in the mix.
I'm here. I should be here. Hopefully
You're here, baby. You're here. Awesome. And I fixed my screen setup here a little bit. Still have way too much going on, so I got a slideshow here, getting 3 frames per second. But I'm getting
What's going on? What's going on? Is it EVMux or is it your computer?
It's a confluence of factors, as we like to say in trading, Josh. I've been cooking a lot. I have a lot of things working, buzzing away, whirring away in the background, some of which I'm excited to show y'all once we get into the hour here. But for now, I think we're okay. We're just still seeing SPX, you only need 3 frames per second to see this choppy motion until we get movement away from this big node. You see this big yellow here, this big magnet on the purple, and then this chunky red too. I think we're kind of just gridlocked here. So not the most exciting day since our morning, Josh, but we got a pretty gnarly sell-off here after a pretty gnarly squeeze up. So I think everybody got caught a little offsides in the large cap world. And now we're kind of waiting for Oracle, So that's where I think the market's sitting at. So it'll be interesting to see if we get some of these big movers in the small cap space over the lunchtime. Because, hey, I don't know if we see a whole lot of moves away from this big magnet in today's session. What do you think? You think there's some fuses lit here?
I will say this. As much as I've been looking at large or small caps, I will say yesterday I looked at large caps, but today, since we haven't had that crazy sell-off, I haven't really looked at anything today in the large cap sector because of how much love we've had in the small caps. We're looking like we want to tug down. We talked actually on the J&J show yesterday. I was talking about that because he was looking to go short on Marvell, and I said, hey, it looks like it wants to go down more. Boy, we tanked all the way down, obviously, as we saw what happened yesterday. I don't think that's in the books today, Steve. I think we're going to be a little bit slower. Could hit off this low and pre-market low right around that 728.50 mark or so, 728.75 area. I love that little 875 node. It does look like it wants to go down. That's my normal low of day where we're at right about now. My ultimate low goes down to 725. So I wouldn't be surprised if we come down and even continue to make new lows here. It's kind of been, unfortunately, my new theme over the last 2 days, not holding the SPY up like Mr. Noss wants me to, and I've been letting it down, and it's been sliding when I've been on the live stream.
Come on, we can't have that now. So I'm doing a live update on our levels here behind the scenes. We're putting in fresh ones, seeing if that'll tell us anything, because it does seem like I cursed it and we are starting to push away from this magnet. So I just reloaded, and yeah, we did get an update on our magnet here. The 72, 76 node has taken control just in the past couple minutes as we push down here. They took a lot of the volume off of this 7330 node that was the kind of the cap here. They said, hey, all right, we filled our shorts three, 4 times up at this level. Now we're going to shift the momentum to the downside. So assuming we do get a candle close under the low a day, I do think that we gravitate on down to this next handle, which is another 20 points away on SPX. That's a good trade there if we catch it. So this is definitely on the radar for me here in terms of the large caps. So, hey, maybe I just needed to complain that, hey, we're not getting much action this afternoon, and now that'll summon it. The other contingency is, hey, if we do find a buyer here, this is a minor put wall here at 7,300, not an insignificant amount of intraday gamma here or intra-week gamma here. So we could see a higher low if bulls make a stick save here in the next 5 minutes or so.
That's save. Oh, he's talking hockey. He's talking hockey. Stanley Cup finals over here. Watch out now.
Well, that's all I can think of when they post these candles where, you come crashing down into a big level and everybody's looking at those higher time frame charts going, hey, man, I was bullish, but if it breaks here, how can I be, And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom, big 1 minute candle out the wazoo. You getting like $1 on SPY and you're like, what just happened? Well, they saved it with a stick. It's a candlestick,
Save. No goal, it's a save. He saved it with the stick. Not with this foot, with the stick, he says. I love it. That's Crowbar Steve for you. You kind of do have the Casey Jones vibe from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so.
Oh, I was like, I was thinking Davy Jones. Like, you going to put me in a locker, Josh? Okay, Casey Jones. Casey Jones.
Casey Jones.
Refresh my memory. Who the heck was Casey Jones? I don't. He wore
the hockey mask. Yeah, he would look. Yeah, he was in the first movie. He was in the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie. He was definitely he was kind of like the punk bad guy, bad attitude, would beat people up, but was a good guy. And yeah, Casey Jones. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah.
He was the crowbar. That's what you're telling me.
Essentially, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he had those Steve vibes.
Well, good to know. Good to know. I'm getting all of my lore filled in because I don't know why
you look up Casey Jones. It's either a baseball bat or a hockey stick that he had, and he was wearing like some kind of a cool weird mask.
Well, now I got to do it. What am I?
Casey Jones, TMNT, my man. You will be like, okay, I like it. I'm down with that.
Otherwise, I would have been thinking that you're calling me an American railroader who was killed when his passenger train collided with the stalled freight train. So I think that this other one's a little better. TMNT. Okay, there we go. Now it's all coming back. That's a throwback. Yeah, he was like Walmart Jason. What was the deal with that? Interesting.
Walmart Jason.
We're learning a lot here on the afternoon recap. So far, Josh, we've talked a little small caps. We've talked a little large cap, a little bit of the indices at least. Where are you seeing this big print with Oracle going? Do you have any strong incentive to lean one way or the other, or are you just here for the fireworks?
Oh, that's going to be a fun one today. I can't wait to get into that one with you later on this afternoon. We'll definitely have to talk about Oracle. Now, here's my thing with Oracle. When I go over to this play, ORCL, let me make sure I look at it correctly one more time here.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay, yeah. See, I think this play is a little different than the ones we've been looking at recently as far as on the chart concerned. And it has room to go down, but I think this has one of those things where we've seen so many of these ones recently. It looks like it wants to keep going. And it doesn't. And that, like with CrowdStrike, and a lot of these plays could be a little bit overextended, yada, yada, yada. But I like this play. I like Oracle as far as a dip buy. I don't know if this is going to continue up, so I don't know if it's going to stay with that theme we've seen so much here recently, because it's got a lot of good support back down below it. Just where we're at now, I like the 200 handle, then I like the 190 handle, I like the 180 handle. And then you kind of have that same sort of resistance almost every $10 on the way up, right around 210 area, right around 220 area. So I think those are going to be I'll say those are going to be the two areas for me. We'll say 220 That'll be the key handle for me, and then 190 will be the key handle on the way down for me. Do we get back below 190? We may stay there. If we do, above 220, be nice to see. But that's the thing we've seen so much, Steve. Oh, we're up. Oh, we're down. Oh, no, we're up. It's like we can't figure out which direction we're going to go a lot of the time right out of the gate. We've had a couple of those we've seen that continue to climb and keep going in that same direction, but then we've had a handful of them where they're up, they're down, they're down, they're up. They can't really pick a direction.
Right, absolutely. It's been a very entertaining to say the least. Earnings season here. It's been a little bit tough if you're looking for these follow through moves to stick. There've only been a few that are really big barn burners, and now we're starting to get into that kind of fear and trepidation part of the market where I think we're still going up, but it's starting to be less kind of easy money. Like, oh, the tape is so green, everything wants to pump. So Oracle, I do think is going to be make or break for the next week or two here of trading. A few things I want to note technically is Josh, I gave you a trick question because we're right in the middle of the range into an earnings print, into the 200-day moving average, stuck on this previous high. We could not be more indecisive in my book if we tried. What I will say, the one thing that I'm saying is leaning bullish here. Well, it's just this giant volume shelf. Like you said, it means that there's good support below. It could mean that the magnet is below if we don't have a reason to push off of this big shelf. But if we get that reason, well, all of this firepower from 148 up to 200, these big volume nodes can act as a launch pad and send us smashing up to the 300 node is where I would expect.
It's smashing, baby. It's smashing, baby.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. That's have we talked how Austin Powers might be the best like American classic comedy of the past, I don't know, 50 years, I'll say. Maybe one of the best American comedies of all time. I'll even say that.
Oh,
that was
man,
one of my
really?
hot takes. I think it might be the best comedy.
All right.
It's infinite. See, instantly, it's right there. It's infinitely quotable. There's no bad lines. You can watch this any time of the day with just about anybody. I don't care who you are. You're gonna laugh. That's my. Is that even a hot take? If I think it's just that good.
That would probably get on. That would make some people go, "Really? You think? Yeah. I mean, yeah. That would be more along the lines of you saying like, what was the second Dumb and Dumber that wasn't the Dumb and Dumber that had the two fake guys in it? We had Dumb and Dumber or whatever when they actually did the sequel, but the one where they tried to do the sequel, one. Yeah, the knockoff one. That would be like if you said that was one of the funny. Then I'd go, man. I don't know, Steve.
What was that? That's driving me crazy now.
Dumbest and Dumbest? I can't remember what they call it.
Somebody's screaming it at their screen. I would think Step Brothers, but I think that's like better and like its own kind of thing. I don't even know.
Jonathan Spencer said, did you say long on Oracle? No, I said 220 is the key pivot point. So to me, Jonathan, if we get over 220, we should hold and stay over 220 and then watch maybe for some more continuation. That's the key gatekeeper for me on the way up, getting over 220. Can we get over that mark? I see a lot at the 212, 210 mark as well. So those would be the two areas that I'd be, saying, do we get shoved down right into those? But yeah, if you're in it now and you want to try to sell that right at the, right as we get there, sure. That definitely looks like a good target where we could squeeze up into.
Absolutely. Josh, I'm getting real bogged down here. Do you think you could take the screen for just a minute here while I clear out some junk in my computer? I got to close a bunch of programs. My hero. Also, I failed at finding.
You're my hero. Now I'm gonna start singing "My Hero."
Dude, wait, are we talking? Are we talking? Are we talking Foo Fighters, or are we talking? Was that what was that? Why did my brain just break? Because I was like expecting Foo Fighters.
Hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain.
Dude,
I could stand by you forever. Okay, I gotta stop. We're gonna get probably copyright. That's Enrique Iglesias.
Okay, you almost brought a tear to my eye. I was sitting here like, what is this? What is this beautiful melody? Okay, all right.
Forever. All right, I got my chart back on up here. We'll go so Steve isn't so boggle-floggled here. Now I've got my cat trying to get in the way over here. It's just one of those lunches we're having today. All right, boom, shakalaka, bam, to bam, and boom, we should be good to go. We'll go and transition over here to my screen, and we got.
Oh, thank you. All right, great. I just need a second to breathe here, Josh. But it does look heavy on SPX. I'm keeping a lookout for the next leg down as I clear out some.
Love it. All right, so we got CPOP halted on the way down here. So CPOP is halted on the way down. I did trigger in on CPOP here on the way down. So I'm in on CPOP on the way down. Looking for some more movement here. We're going to see a possible pretty good gap down, I would imagine, from CPOP. So we'll see where CPOP does go live at. Showing right now 50 cents. I doubt it opens up at 50 cents, but I would take 50 cent. 50 cent. 50 cent. It's halted down at 218. Again, exactly what I was waiting for. Getting that first halt down, triggering in here on the short side for CPOP. That sounds like a dance. Let's do the CPOP.
So wait, did you get the fill there, or did it shut you out real quick there? You're in. Okay, beautiful. Nice.
I'm in.
Excellent.
I'm in. 215 is my average entry price. 215 is my entry price on the way down. I guess there was a little bit of a spread there on that level two skis, but 215 is my average entry price. Looking for the gap down here. Steve Rooney. Steve's got a cat to his left. I've got a cat on my lap. That's right, cat on a lap. That's what we call it, cat on a lap. Showing right now $1 resumption price, and it's going to be a big gap down. It's pretty consistent. Or I should say it's pretty accurate when it stays consistent. So you don't want to see 180, 115, 80 cents, $1.20, $1.50. You don't know where it's going to open. If you consistently see 1, it's just staying at 1. Okay, now it's at 105, right? Then you know it's probably going to open probably pretty close to that area. So waiting on the CPOP here. Nice, good. Been waiting on this. Cool, yeah, bro. Josh, 70 opportunity. Oh yeah. Of course. What's up, D Ryder? Ross, how we doing? Nigel. Of course, that's actually Molly. I tried it, didn't take my order. Oh, I got it. Got in right there at the very end. Triggered in, baby. Triggered in there.
You gotta be decisive and fast.
Yeah, you have to. Jonathan Spencer, how we doing though? D Ryder, how we doing today? Yeah, a little Casey Jones action over there from my man Steve the Achieve. Steve Crow. That's when he turned to Crowbar Steve. That's your brother Casey Jones. Crowbar Steve and Casey Jones.
That's the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Oprah moment there for us there. I gotcha.
I love it. All right, what are you looking at eyeing anything, any trades here? That just came out of nowhere for me for CPOP. So it wasn't like I was anticipating that until all of a sudden CPOP had a huge gap up here. So I was watching it here. Then when I saw this go live and gap to 180 and shoot straight up to 195, then it gaps up yet again to 240. I know this first halt is going to lead to a good size gap down. I'm going to guess it opens below 150 and above 1. I know it's a 50 cent area, but I'll say it opens between 150 and 1. Well, that means I'm instantaneously up 70 plus cents, and I can't ask for a better lunch trade than that with my man Steve.
That is so wild. Just like this is the kind of environment that we're getting lately. And I mean, you're just sniping these every other day, it seems like. I mean, you're not even like surprised. It's down what, 70%? Ain't nothing. I love it.
Literally. It's up 500% on the day overall. This ticker is from top to bottom, which is crazy. We're up 505% on the day as we're halted down at 218. Even DSY, I mean, this play right here, DSY is another one that I was looking at. DSY is moving and still, it's up almost 500% on the day. Yeah, and it's no surprise. I mean, I've been around and traded this for such a long time, and you get these little spurts here and there, and you just say, okay, well, what? And that's the thing about stock trading, right? We have to tell ourselves, what are we going to attack? What are we going to trade? Well, like I told all my traders today before I started my live stream, and I kept telling everybody, I'm looking for these halty gap plays, so if they gap up, they gap down, whatever it might be, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for these plays to get really big gap ups, and then I know that I can go for the short side and I can get some amazing gap downs.
Absolutely. No, and it's so exciting too. It makes the days really just entertaining, I gotta say. What I wanted to show y'all, by the way, I'll have it up in just a second, but what I've been doing back here behind the scenes is basically trying to infer
what we're going to be looking for SPY here, because it is still just playing games, and I want to kind of be checking on multiple time frames with these new tools I've been working with here to kind of get a feel for which direction we can kind of see the market leaning towards into this Oracle print, because I do think that still is the name of the game, and I'm still seeing the magnet just having a hard time reclaiming. So I will let's see, do we have a minute or two here before CPOP?
You're good. I'm gonna be so glued to this. So yeah, it'll be. I want to talk, but yeah, I'm like glued to this trade.
No,
so that's the only thing I really want to talk about is CPOP.
No, that's perfect. It gives you a break for, you're putting the team on your back just about every second of every day on here in terms of words per minute here. So how about I'm switching to the studio mode so I can load my chart here, and you can grab it back whenever you need to, whenever we see CPOP moving.
All right.
There we go. All right, just a few things here, guys. So I went ahead and loaded in the tomorrow's expiry in these zones here, and it's still showing this magnet right around the same area for tomorrow's. I still want to see if we can reclaim this. Otherwise, it seems like we are destined for a little bit lower. I'd really like to see this 7276 node. That on the daily, it has been lit up. So I think that we could see the extension down there, but still want to keep track on this because, Josh, I am building something new for us, but it's not quite fine-tuned yet. So this is a learning week for me. But we built a GEX matrix, so gamma exposure matrix here, showing each day in the nodes of interest. So we saw yesterday and the day before, they ended up resolving at this 73.20. So don't give too much weight to these two columns, but these are where it gets really interesting. We saw this 73.45, 73.55 pair of nodes lighting up from the open, Josh, even though we were much higher at 7,400. So that allowed us to pretty confidently predict this move back down to this level. We see tomorrow the nodes of interest a little bit lower here as well in the 73.30 to 73.25. Currently, that's actually a little bit above our price at 73.06. So we have some potential pulls to the upside or pins in that kind of zone before into the end of the week. There's some bifurcation on this Friday. We do have nodes up a good amount higher, about 50 points higher. But on the downside, let me show you the full picture here.
I will stand by you forever.
It's gonna be stuck in my head forever.
I know.
So it could go one of two ways. And this is why I think this earnings is going to be very important, because I'm seeing this big node up here way at 74.35, which would be a nice 150 point move in a couple days. That'd be beautiful if we get it. But on the other side, man, I'm seeing building GEX nodes down to 7,200 as well. So that is sitting about 120 points to the other side. So we have this wide range forming. And then just to make things a little bit trickier, we do have this big node right smack in the middle, well, 50 points up. So what I kind of think is that they're going to bring it up to this 50 point up node. So that's 73.50. And then we're going to have a big showdown there. And that's going to determine whether we see the nodes growing up top when we get there, or whether we see them fading and the nodes growing down below, these latter kind of strikes here. And so it's kind of like a battle for good and evil here, and Oracle's right at the center of it. So this is a pretty exciting kind of setup for me in my system at the very least, to just be watching from the sidelines.
He said, I'm just watching from the sidelines for now. Hey, I understand that, especially what we've been seeing here lately on my gosh shows. Yesterday, it's like, where's the bottom going to be at as it continues to just dump and then 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 dump.
It's been tough. Yeah.
CPOP here coming live. I'm just glued to it. No, you're good. Just watching it. We got about a half a minute left or so here.
Okay.
Yep, we're good. Good. I'll kind of lead you guys through this one, just like we've been seeing here recently. Now, the gap up has moved. The gap down has moved up, I should say, to about the 160, 170 mark for CPOP. So that's fine with me. I mean, just getting even right there out of the gate, and we'll probably see a quick pop and then immediately drop back on down.
So 160, 170, that puts us into that second gap. So that's some good money there already. Josh, you think that are you looking for just a full? I forget. Do you tend to think of the levels where we gap up from when they come back to them as intermediate supports, right?
Right.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're taking partials there. Oh, looks like we're open.
Yeah, taking partials. Moving into another halt down here. I want to make sure I always take profit at what could be the low here. I just took some right there, and I'm still in this though for the move down for another gap down, and so I'm still in this play. Yep.
So
took a little bit there out of the gate. Took a little out of the gate there, and then like you said, yes, all essentially where we just halted up at will be now, like previously at the 195 mark. Anywhere close to that would be resistance. My entry where we halted down at 215, 220 will be resistance. And so my goal for this, knowing that I'm moving back on to, let's say, old high of day area. So 115 is my goal here. 115 would be the main goal right from that breakout. Yeah, that breakout point too as well, essentially.
Nice. That's clean. So a lot of the things that I was going to say, you just kind of just said them. So perfect. Awesome. I love it. I'm going to give myself a gold star, pat on the back for starting to get what you're putting down, pick up what you're putting down. What I'll just add is I love that it's a strong 1 minute, well, a very weak 1 minute candle. It gapped below the 9 moving average on the 1 minute, and it doesn't look like it's done yet. So of course, anything could happen on these gap ups, but I would expect, Josh, you get a nice little trim there into the 140, 150 zone, that kind of confluence between that gap up, that rising 21 minute moving average, before I think we want to go back down to this big meaty volume shelf that we seem to be failing a breakout from. Is there any level that you might catch that would just get you out? That'd just be if it halts up?
If it starts to move into a halt up again, then I'll just get out of it. Yeah. My anticipation here would be, I would imagine, and yeah, we are CPOP showing about 135 on the resumption price now. So as soon as this goes live, we'll see most likely a quick, small little pop like we did a second ago. Speaking of pop and CPOP, and then it'll come straight back down to where we open up at, which will probably be right around 135. So and then again, you just look at where we halted up earlier. Well, the last halt up we're moving into is right around 140. So that's probably what's going to try to hold for a minute. Then we collapse back down to 115, and I'll be very small shares at that point to see if we don't maybe fade all the way back down to sub $1.
Sir, love it. I love it. I'm going to pop back to SPY really quick, SPX, because we did a few minutes ago have a little bit of a break candle here, looking like we might be starting to see that shift down. I'm going to flip on over and reload our matrix here and see. Oh, the matrix reloaded. Ha 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 ha. Well, we'll see what happens here once this refreshes. But in general, SPX, it's really fighting to hold on here, but it looks like it's ready to let go a little bit here. Man, just the roll, it's so close. It's just eating into this wick. It did break the wick. So now any kind of pop up into these moving averages, something like this 73.05, that could be a nice short with you can manage your risk right over the 73.10. Definitely over the 73.15. So that's that high volume node there. So to me, just looking like a series of lower highs, trying to break out, failing. Now navigating on down. Good, clean price action here.
All right, love it. Kevin just texted me too as well. He says, Steve is short, and I wish.
I'm not sure right now. I'm testing my system out here, so
into some small caps. So see, he's sitting this one out. Oh, I told him I'm on the live stream with you in a short, so he just quickly said that. So the way I worded it, you could take that as either I'm in a short with it and he's on the live stream with me as I worded it, or hold on, does that mean Steve's in too?
The Bears are out. The Bears are out to play lately. It has been fun getting these downside moves here. Let's see. I should catch up on some comments here. Oh, Chem Life in the house. Good to see you, man. Oil at bottom of the range. Past Strait of Hormuz. 5th time at 90-ish. Maybe a resolution higher finally impacts equities. LOL. Because we all know how it's been recently. This could lead to a little bit of a crack. Definitely on the 1 minute here. It's starting to ramp. I'm just looking at USO as a proxy. And let's check out this daily and see what's cooking. It's just, this thing doesn't die. This thing does not die. So we're still seeing the war premium priced in as it should be. As it should be. There's still the potential for this conflict to continue, to escalate. And what am I going to do? Like all good technicians, I'm just going to redraw my lines here as they invalidate, That's what you do, right, Josh? In general, yeah. I just see this. I see a pennant. I see a pennant that overshot, had to undershoot. what do we do with this, Josh? I think that we should be a little bit careful on the equity side, just with the potential for USO to pop off. And I mean, what's the level? Is there a level on USO that you'd like to see get lost to feel better about holding these longs and the the basically tech complex, which is essentially a short on oil as is?
Hold on,
For me,
let me
yeah,
look. Let me look. Let me
I'll give
look.
you a second. I'll give you a second.
There you go.
For me, the big pivot is this 137 to 135 zone. So we're testing potential break, and if we get over 142, then I think it can really rock and roll. But that's what I'm looking at. That
I
kind of
can see
cluster.
that. Yeah, I can see that. I would say, to me, this is getting really tight. I've put this in a 4-hour time frame. This is getting a really tight wedge. Kind of got a higher low pattern and a lower high pattern. Really not pretty, but I do see it where we have higher lows along the way and lower highs where we're getting pretty tight here. So I would say watch this back over, like Steve was saying, and then I really would say back over 141, 141.50. That high from last week, if we get back over that on June the 3rd there, I think that was about a week ago today, then this thing can really take off back up to the 150 mark, etc. But don't we want oil back down to like 80 to 70, 60, 50 bucks a barrel?
Yeah, absolutely. And if I pull up a WTI, we can see the crude price. And so that's it. That's the level that matters more, that 90 handle on the WTI ticker. USO is just an ETF for it. So as ChemLife's mentioning, that 90 handle is what we're watching here, trying to reclaim. And the thing is, if we do get it, well, this is kind of forming a higher low. Well, not technically a higher low here, but still a second low. It's kind of forming that W pattern that you always see before it starts to rip again. So I don't know. When I zoom out, Josh, this is looking like a scary thing to be short. This has been trading sideways in a range for a long time. And all that's happened is, well, no real resolution, So it should be higher, but it's not. So I don't know. A little push and pull here. I would not be short oil, that's for sure. And, we've been talking about in my community, hey, there's warning signs here. There's cracks. Does it mean sell everything? No. Does it mean feel comfortable here? Considering we've had such a crazy run? Also no, because this head and shoulders so far is seeing some play out here. It had the big wick bottom, or big bottom wick yesterday. It seemed like it was a stick save. There's the hockey again, but you know what? If it's not enough, it's not enough. And we are seeing this kind of pin, we're in the middle. We're in no man's land here. We're over this gap still. I think when I see us right in the middle of two big volume nodes and we just dropped away from this one, the earnings better deliver for Oracle. Otherwise, we could see the migration down to the 71 node, 71.50. And that'd be a long-term buying opportunity, I think.
Yeah, we'll have some fun. We'll have some fun today. I think honestly, of course, we'll have the normal Oracle and not a lot of other ones to go with it, but still we'll take some fun to cover that. But man, we could see some small cap fun I can add into it with this, maybe possibly. That would really have some fun if we have some after hours barn burners that I start getting into, or shorts. Either way, can't trade halts. There's no halt in after hours, but that last 30 minutes leading to the closing bell, maybe into after hours. So we're going to keep that on watch 100%. As we move into the closing bell. Steve will have us covered with earnings as always today. And I will make sure to chime in as much as I can and keep you guys covered in small caps because boy, oh, we are moving in a groove in Chem Life. How we doing? Nigel, anybody in any current trades right now want to talk about your trades for the day? Let us know how they were. Recapping the day here, of course, we talked about it. I was short DSY and S-Dot. Now I'm in short CPOP, and we've really went over essentially what I'm looking for, Steve. We've talked about the crazy overextended moves up. I love them, and then I'm just waiting for that massive move down. You have a launch pad at 115, and you're skyrocketing straight up with massive halts and gaps. Well, you're going to do the same thing majority of the time right back on down. So I really love. I just wait for it. I just wait for them to go up. I'm like, the higher the better. The higher the better. And then they just return right back to where they came from. Look at PAVs from yesterday, PAVS. Pull up PAVs from yesterday. This is just nuts, brother. I feel like I'm Hulk Hogan. That's just nuts, brother. I mean, you got to zoom all the way out. Yeah, you got to make this chart. Is this not nuts, right?
Let me reel it on in. That's a big fish. Whoa, mama. All right, now we're cooking. That's Mount Everest there.
Yes,
Okay.
all the way up, all
What?
the way back down, and now into the single or the pennies, into the pennies.
Wow. This is brutal. This is truly one of the biggest washouts I've seen in the fastest amount of time. I mean, $7 to 22. It's a triple. It's a triple after being a 4x up to that 7. So I mean, really we're talking about a move from what, a buck to 22. So
Right.
20x your money there. And then just as fast, if you blinked, if you somebody bought this thing at 25 bucks, and hey, half an hour later it was a $3 stock. That's gotta smart. Whew. I
CPOP
think
now it took some profit, by the way, did go live, halted back up here. So I'm still fine because we went to 2 halts down. So the fact that I'm out all but 150 shares here took most of my profit right there on the gap down in the 150s. My best exit, 159. I'll take it. Scaled out a bit there as she starts to pop back up in that halt up, which is fine with me. My stop loss will be probably just over 2. I'll give 150 shares right around that $2 cost basis just to give it a little room to run there on CPOP. So not in big anymore. Got out most of the shares there as it finally came down. And again, still overall, you got to think about how easy that was. I jump in on the first halt down. I get in at 215. I take profit at the 190, 160s, the 150s, and the 170s. And then boom, there's your a pretty decent sized move. And all you did was just click some buttons and wait for it to gap down and then open up again. So you don't have to wait for it to go to 215 and $2 and the 197 and 196 and 194 and 193. No, it doesn't have to go through any of those pennies. It gaps straight through them all. That's why I love it and literally call it free money.
Look at that. And it's so nice. I mean, your lowest entry there, that's a 27% trade in what, 5 minutes of hanging out? That's not too bad. Not too shabby at all.
At lunch, just hanging out with my man Steve the Achieve, Crowbar Steve. And here we go. Just a quick little scalpy, nothing too major. And then waka woozy. There we go.
I love it. I'm checking in on Nigel's trade here. We got Chow, CHOW, in a nice little stair-stepping upper channel kind of action intraday, looking like it's trying to break through this kind of key resistance here. And I'll draw that out, just the opening price. If it can reclaim, it wants to go bullish. And we could see, hey, we're right under the dollar handle too. So that makes sense. That makes sense. So we're fighting for our right to be listed on the Nasdaq or on NYSE. So Josh, I see a head bonk into the VWAP here. I'm seeing basically overnight gapped up, came back, retested at least where it gapped up in the after hours. So this thing went from being under a penny stock to now testing that big dollar handle. How do you approach these dollar handles when you're trading up into them, as opposed to how we usually see when we're trading down into them?
Oh, that's a good question.
Hit you with it.
All right. You got to hit me upside the head with a good one there. I really, when I see charts like that kind of, to me, don't give me a good even flow of this is it. Like, most plays I'm saying like, oh, here's where the bounce play is at, Steve. Or, hey, here's where this to me is like more of a short play. This looks like a lot of resistance moving back up to versus more support down below. I like support lower, but it's really low on Chow versus up in those resistance areas. I'll go ahead and look at my chart too, just real quickly over here. Yeah, I like Chow. I like Chow. Up at that 110, 120 fail resistance area. I don't know that we'll get there. Nigel, I know, did you say it's a bear? You're in Chow, but are you long or you short? I don't know for the longer term, Ollie. Okay, cool. I just didn't know if you're long or short. That 110.
I'm not sure
Yeah, we don't know. So that's another good question. I would say I would like a dip buy. If we do get back off of, and I know like really that far down, I like 52, 53, 54 cents. That to me will provide a better balance. You go back to after hours from yesterday as well. Now I know that's low of day, but then you go look at after hours yesterday. That actually was the bottom of that flag and support that we made in after hours after we spiked up. So that's where I would go for a bounce play. There's nothing else that says bounce me, bounce me, bounce me. There is a lot that says short me, short me, short me though.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm also just noting the angle. It feels a little unsustainable. So if I just draw some very simple crayons here, just connecting the highs and the lows of this kind of consolidation or intraday price action, it looks kind of rising wedgy here. And we definitely had a big seller off of the VWAP. And that VWAP seller has been there since pre-market. We went over in pre-market, double topped, got tested again. He added in again here, and he's still short, saying we're going lower. So I'm riding with this guy, as we say here, riding with Bob. Bob is short off the VWAP here at $1, 108. So I'm thinking pretty heavier, Josh. And, you know, the more I look at it, the more I think, hey, trim a little in this low volume node here into the 75-ish, 72-ish, 73-ish. But hey, give it back to the 1 minute 200 moving average. Give it back to that hourly. Give it back to Josh's 57, 59-ish kind of area. I think it's very doable. So yeah, I hope you're not long, Nigel, because apparently the quorum is down. But he's long. Oh, he's long about the dip. Okay, hey, if you're up, it's a good trade. That's all I can say. I will say just losing the 1 minute moving averages here. So, you know, that can always be reclaimed. Still in a bullish uptrend on all but the 1 minute time frame. But starting to kind of fade on there. And if we flip to a 5, let's see how it's negotiating. Its moving averages still bottom wicking under the 9 minute on the 5. Or the 9 moving average on the 5, I should say. So not definitively bearish, but hey, I just a little inkling that it might head down. Let's see, SPY. Oh, SPX. That's a wake-up candle. So let's see if we got news, because it looked like we were about to break down, so that would be the right time for Trump to tweet something. Let me see what we got. News. From 5 minutes ago, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz. That's like if our defense minister was just named America. That's kind of dope.
Right.
The campaign against Iran is far from over. The Israel Defense Forces are prepared to strike Iran with far greater force. Okay. That does not surprise me. Are we supposed to be scared, Josh? I don't know. I've been hearing this for a long time. I do the Home Alone face. There's your thumbnail, right. You know?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no,
I'm not sure if that's what this pop was. I'm still looking for a headline in the back scenes here. A little strange.
Yeah, you never know, though. I mean, like, it's too major of a pop there. You just never know when you get these moves up. I don't see anything news-wise, at least on my end either, but doesn't mean that something could have happened there. But yeah, nothing too major. But we are off those lows, back on up here, back up to the 730 handle. And again, that's what I think we feel like I was saying today. I just don't think we're going to have that, oh, watch out move. I just don't see it coming. I think the big move was earlier up. Then that pretty good sell-off from 38 back down to 30 was a good sell-off. And then since then, you got to think, what have you done for me lately? Well, since around 11 a.m. Eastern time, that would be almost 3 hours ago now, we really have just been chopping around. We haven't had really too much beautiful moves or even really a lot of areas to trade since that big sell-off from 38 back to 30. It's just, you're a little bit more of the chop zone right now. Now, you could be looking for a short back into this old support area right at 730. That was such great support for such a long time. That is a possibility here. Or again, back up if we move all the way to 732, 732.50, which would be the top portion of that consolidation channel. I think right now, and I think we get that for the rest of the day, honestly, which would be good, nice little relaxation, especially for any of those that are in the large cap sector. It's been a very volatile Friday into Monday and Tuesday or whatever. Of course, now could we just chill on a Wednesday would be nice, at least for the next couple of hours, and give myself and Steve a break from talking so darn much.
Just because you say that, I feel like we might get a caster's curse. I'm just going to lay out the contingency plan here, Josh. We do have a downtrend line break, pretty clean on, let's see. How's the volume? What I like to do is I like to make the volume its own indicator. So you can just move it to its own pane. You can do this on Trader Evolution as well. Which I would be on if I was actually trading. But I want to zoom in to this volume. There we go. And I want to see. That was pretty decent volume. And this was the highest volume since then, this big red. So, we still have some work to do. It's not the highest volume intraday, but it's of note. It's of note, and we're starting to kind of reclaim this big purple magnet, as I like to call them. So this is a level that if we did do a failed breakdown under it, and with the higher context, I'll pull up an hourly chart, and you can see that we are in that potential higher low scenario. Get this out of the way. Potential higher low. So I don't know. I don't want to rule it out. I don't want to rule it out that this could be a good area to look for a swing into the next couple of days. But I will keep you updated with these GEX nodes as they update. Until then, I'm going to scramble around trying to find the SPX again. There it is. And like you said, what have you done for me lately? So far, still pinned to this. And at this point, in the end of the towards the end of the day, we could see the volume tick up, and maybe that's what we're seeing. Actually, as I said it, we're finally getting the volume follow through. So this may be a nice push through this magnet. But again, don't get too greedy, guys. If you're intraday trading here, I'd just be looking for VWAP, and then we'll see what happens. VWAP currently sitting at 7343. I'd also be trimming on the sweep of the 7340 either way. Maybe a little bit before that even. So let's keep an eye and see how this progresses off this 7311 magnet, Josh. We might just stay here forever. It might just be our new home, you know? Been one of those days where nothing too crazy's happened if you didn't catch the one short of the day. Just been kind of pinning for most of the day, and I just wanted to kind of keep an eye on these intraday gamma exposure levels. We're at 7311, 7325, 7335, still the only area really of interest unless we can push away meaningfully, and that would require a lot more of some of these lower strikes to start printing, or higher.
C-pop out of it, by the way. Bigger pop up there, a little bit big of a gap up, which is fine. Actually got a little bit of profit as it popped into 2. Yeah, looking like it could gap up here or another halting gap up here. We just had a huge gap up from 173 all the way up to 211. That was a 40-cent gap up. Very, very big, about as big as our gap downs. We're having some big gaps on this. I'm leaving it alone. I almost jumped in for the long right there, thinking we're going to probably get another good-sized gap up, but I don't care. I'm done. I got a little more profit out of it. I juiced them lemons. I'm juicing them limes. I'm just squeezing out what I can and get me some little lemonade. You know, as the stock market gives me lemons, I'm going to do every damn thing I can to get some lemonade sauce out of it. All right. So, woo, I'll take it. That was extra. Right. That wasn't much. I was honestly expecting originally when I was seeing that gap down to 110, 115, 120, the original one, I really thought we're about to see a gap down of $1. That would have been a banger, obviously. Didn't get it. This is what we're getting today, too. I would say for a lot of these trades, we're not getting the paths. We're not getting the go up and then they're coming back down and dying. DYSs or DSYs of the world, they're going up and then coming back down, but then all of a sudden they're coming back up again. And so you're not getting you're not getting the crazy parabolic paths plays or INHDs that are going to 20, 30, 40 and staying there. As you can see that yesterday paths hit 27, came back down. DSY same thing. And so we're getting runners, but we're getting kind of like this big consolidation and then the range to get built. So watch for a run up, and then we come back down, and then we just kind of chop around and halt within that range, essentially.
Josh, are you telling me that I should be looking to fade the illustrious Big Tree Cloud Holdings Limited? I think that's the next Mag 7 contender right there. That sounds like quality written all over.
Yeah.
I think this is just the start.
What's up? Yup says, yup. Steve, yup. So what's up, Tack? Yeah, he's yupping us. Yeah, I mean, come on. That's Big Tree. And 90% of these tickers we're looking at are Asia, China. They're Chinese tickers. No news, obviously. They're just big. They're just pump and dumps. Chinese pump and dumps.
Sorry, trying to keep up with comments here. A lot of chatter. I love it. What caught my eye here a second ago? Yeah, we're getting yupped. We're getting yupped hard. That's good, I guess.
Let's go to Michael real quickly. Michael Anthony asked, we got about 5 minutes left here. What do you think about TIGR,
Tiger? I always like this one. So this is Up FinTech. Ticker is Tiger. This is it's a Tiger Cub favorite. Basically the Southeast Asian version of Robinhood or Webull. So interesting play. They have very high short interest. They are a absolute company's good. The stock is basically a pump and dump for like Tiger Cub type, invest or those kind of funds in Southeast Asia primarily. I think it seems like it's mostly just a trading vehicle to swing back and forth. It's been getting absolutely pummeled here recently, but really high volume. I would like to say that this is probably a long-term trade up into this 568 handle at the very least. But this is a sad day. Look what they did to my boy. I had a bunch of lines when I was trading this back here to this run up. But let's start all over.
Let's start all over.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta just let the slate become washed clean, and just see where things lie with a fresh eye here. Right now, I'm seeing a few weeks of consolidation under a 200-week moving average. Averages are still down. We're trying to get out of oversold territory on a weekly time frame. What's the catalyst, though, is the thing. It's just because it gapped down and it's down too much. So what I will say is it looks today, this is some good strength, good relative strength. It looks today like it wants to close over the 9-day moving average for the first time since it, well, took a pretty hefty slide here. Watch for that. It's not bullish until it can close a weekly candle over its something. 200 week, really? That's 586. It's still a ways away. This is one that you can take a little position in if you like the company, but expect that it's going to be a really hard hold until all of a sudden it's not. And I do not know when that is because Chinese names are having a hard time.
Yeah, it's funny. Tack was talking about no Chinese plays with 5 employees. Yeah, that most of them are like Pavs. PAVS from yesterday has like 25 employees. I mean,
there you go.
That's how many employees work for that company.
Josh, we don't do that here. We do American quantum companies with three employees and headquarters out back of the Wendy's, you know, in the same building. That's what I'm all about trading.
Love it. I love it. Let's see if CPOP goes live here. Could be coming live here right at the top of the hour. But yeah, that'll be fun here. End of the Power Hour team. You're going to be seeing some more small cap pops. You're going to see small cap pops tomorrow into Friday. Don't forget, tomorrow is the start of the world. Oh my God, we're about to hit the LULD to the bottom side and halt down. This play is crazy now. Tomorrow, the start of the World Cup. You guys can win up to $1 million in valuation prizes for predicting the World Cup matches. That does start tomorrow. Mexico versus South Africa. Right about this time tomorrow, that first match starts up. And it's that easy to go over. Hopefully you guys have signed up. The link's right there on our live stream today in the comment section, posted at the bottom, and it's in the description. Guys, we kidding ourselves? $1 million, and it's free to sign up. That's the key. Free to sign up. Most of the time when you go over to DoorDash, Dash, what are they now? Almost says keep going down. What's the other one? DraftKings. That's what it's called. I don't use any of these apps. I never do. No. You know what app I use? Trade the Pools app. Anyway, DoorDash. No, there's another one. I didn't mean to say that. Dang it. DraftKings. Whatever all those other ones are called. DraftKings.
I'm just hungry now, Josh.
Back in the day, there was DraftKings, and what was the second? FanDuel. Is FanDuel still around?
FanDuel, yeah. I don't know, actually. I think they might have gotten absorbed by another one.
Yeah, but point being, they're going to charge you. You're going to have to pay something to bet on these World Cup matches. No, not so fast here, my friends and family. You can do it for free and win up to $1 million in evaluation accounts. I don't know why you haven't signed up, because I'm actually going to win every single match. That's right. I've signed up for a name for my mom and my dad, and I'm going to predict for them, and I'm going to win every single match and win $1 million myself in evaluation. So I could just rack up 200K accounts on 200K accounts, baby. By the way, CPOP is halted down. Be careful with that one. But yeah, register now. There it is right there. That's how easy it is to register. The World Cup starts tomorrow. The first match is Mexico versus South Africa. That'll be about this time tomorrow. So get ready. Not only me and Steve talking stocks, call-in show. We've got another Power Hour after hour stream tomorrow on earnings with Adobe. And then I will keep you guys on watch with the World Cup, as we have South Africa and Mexico tomorrow at around this time. Consider those conspiracy IG videos say Mexico versus Portugal, I believe. I love it. For the finals. Okay, for the finals. Gotcha. Silent gaming loading up on my KO. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I love FIFA. I thought you meant the game FIFA. I used to love FIFA on playing that on PlayStation or on Xbox. South Africa.
I was trying to see if they had anything to, you know, we could do a little battle head v head, you know, or like, you know, mano y mano in the stock world too. So there is something listed. We could even do the Forex. We could do their
right
South African rand, I think. Yeah. So they have that there, and against who are we? Who's it? Mexico.
Mexico.
Okay. We got something cooking here. We'll go their top 40. Where was it? It was just here. It was just here, Josh. Was it 40 SA? I'll just go back to the old ticker. Back to the previous. There it is. Okay, we got it. SA40. All right. So this is how we decide. This is how I'm going to predict the winners in my conspiracy video. That'll be up up shortly, I guess. So you do this, and then you do the EWW is the ticker for the Mexico ETF.
All right,
This
there we
gets you
go.
a nice ratio chart. And to me, this looks like South Africa is getting ready to break out versus Mexico. I got to go South Africa over Mexico, which might be a contentious choice. I know Mexico's got a pretty good team. So we'll have to see how this actually plays out. But I've got a system now, and that's what's important. Systems trading.
I love it. I love it. Hey, you heard it here first. Let's see here. Well, I love it. FIFA. I think FIFA 08 is the one that actually that's the one I played the most. That is so funny. Silent gaming. FIFA 08. That's one of the best. 08 is the one actually I owned on PlayStation 3, PS3. When me and Avery first got together, me and Avery I was so into FIFA 08 that we played it. Although we actually played it together. I got her to play because she went to college for soccer. So I was like, well, this will be one video game she would like to play. And so that's funny. That was my jam back in the day. I think that's about it. I think we answered the questions. Nigel, DJ, how we doing? How we doing? Silent Gaming Tack, Crow, everyone else. Guys, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. We're heading back here for you guys on the live stream in about an hour and a half from now. Hour and a half, Steve will get you guys rocking and rolling. We have Oracle earnings this afternoon, so we'll have you covered with the earnings. Come on over to that earnings stream. We'll have the scanners up here up until that time, and of course this stream will end. You guys go over to the new one, which is our earnings after hour stream, and let's build those views up, baby, because the last time me and Steve did this, boy oh boy oh, it got bonkers last Wednesday.
Yeah, it was really exciting. And just to put it on your radar, guys, we've got another little presentation for y'all. We got some really important metrics to watch here for the Oracle call. We've got some key narratives that we're going to be going over, key metrics to watch, a bull case, a bear case. We've got some other smaller tickers as well. They don't matter much, but we're going to mention them just briefly. But really, the name of the game is all about Oracle to decide where these markets are going to head next. So be sure to jump on in. And like Josh said, in 1 hour, I will be back. We're going to do a little power hour first because, we got to check in on these small cap big movers. And the names like our C-Pop today, C-Pop, getting that move. And where do we head next, Josh? Can we get a little last minute prediction here on C-Pop? You think moon or dumpster?
Yeah. I think it's going back to the dumpster fire when we come back, and after our power hour, I will be seeing this in the low ones, if not in the pennies.
Awesome. Well, I was trading with my good friend Caesar this morning, and you just hit us with the Julius Caesar thumbs down on C-Pop.
Yes.
So
Yes.
heard it here first, folks. We don't make the rules.
Love
All right,
it.
guys.
Love it.
So let's wrap it there, and we will be back. I will be back in an hour, and we'll be getting this Oracle party started. So be there or be square. Thanks, Josh. It's been fun. All right. See you guys soon.